All right, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是184天 is day 184. Yesterday was okay. We did a little wiggling. I was quite a bit fatigued yesterday. Hopefully today goes a little bit well. Take a break, and then tomorrow come back earlier and longer for a new update. Okay, so let's get into our lessons.
毕竟
毕竟, okay, B is a weak one. Complete. So we have complete. Jing is actually. Oh, two weak ones put together. Actually is quite weak. Right. He was standing. What does that have to do with stand? Or a guard? Or, oh, it's just straight up mirror. Oh, that explains it. I'm looking at this as two things as opposed to one thing. Alright. 毕竟. Something, after all, is true when it is actually the complete truth when all is said and done. Oh, okay. Actually complete, after all. Yeah, I see it. 他毕竟是我的孩子. That's an interesting
毕竟
expression.
授权
授权. Show is to confer. 权 to confer authority, to authorize. Yeah, to authorize. That's kind of nice. 请问您您可以授权我的请求吗? My request. So please, are you able to authorize my request? Or can you authorize my request? Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough. 授权 Okie dokie. 秘密 Yeah, 秘密 secret. 他们分什么？分 something 了一个秘密。
他们分享了一个秘密。
分享 Interesting. 分享 Is that just shrine? Okay. Still waiting for that.
秘密甚至
甚 tremendously 至 the until what? Oh no, this is gonna be a problem. When we say even in a manner of emphasis, we mean that someone was tremendously a certain way to the point that they were able to reach up until a certain exaggerated point. That doesn't, oh my. Even that sentence doesn't, I don't know what that sentence is saying. We mean that someone is tremendously a certain way to the point that they were able to reach up until a certain exaggerated point. Okay. Even to the extent that, even to the point of. All right. Let me think. Okay, I get you. I understand. Yeah, tremendously until, like, even up to that point. Even up to that point. Yes. Even to the point of. Okay. I think I'm gonna add a few more. Even up to that point. even up to that extent. Like just as much. Trying to think of like gut feeling stuff. But we can summarize it as even. It makes sense. 我们甚至还没有时间吃午饭. Yeah, we didn't even have time to eat. Yeah, to the extent that we didn't even have time to eat. Okay. I got you. 我甚至在雨中散步 或是散步 So we even had to walk in the rain. Yeah. He even walks in the rain. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I see.
甚至
not yeah, 甚至
致命
致命 deliver fate or deliver life. Actually, is this fate and life or did yeah, okay. I prefer fate here. When you deliver fate, life is a bit neutral, but life is slightly lean towards positive. So whenever you say 致命, you don't think of deadly. If you're thinking of it as life, you think of it as delivering their fate. And I think this is more than just deadly, right? Yeah, fatal or lethal. 致命. Something that is deadly will deliver your life to the netherworld if you touch it, or deliver fate. Fate is traditionally negative, like historically somewhat negative, while hope or destiny. I think destiny and hope are the opposite of fate. Yeah. So when you think of destiny, you have some sort of will or control. It gives you that feeling that there is some semblance of ability to affect your destiny. But if you're thinking of fate, then you're relegated to having no control. It's somewhat negative. So when you deliver fate, at least that's how I understand why 致命means deadly. Actually, a lot of things that deal with interpreting this as fate is negative. And then the other stuff that deals with hope, wish, and destiny uses a different combination. Actually, I'm not sure if this can be used as destiny. I think there is a destiny. Not actually. I guess we can find out if they included one. Oh yeah, destiny, this one. Yeah, it's something you carry. So you can turn this around. Interesting. There might be a slight loss in translation here. Oh no, I still see that. I see this as fate, but maybe not. Oh yeah, okay. So they just list both. Okay. I mean, these like nuances change over the years, so I have no idea if that's true or not anymore. 这种 just historically. 这种科物 It's poison, but I don't think I have poison, do I? Or yeah. Oh no, wait. Oh no. It's not contains. 含有致命的 that's toxin thing. You don't look familiar. You look very weird actually. And so do you. 毒素. Oh, I wonder if 毒. Yeah, 毒 got simplified or changed, right? 毒
这种植物含有致命的毒素。
Oh, did I say 科? That's 植物. That's 植物. What am I thinking of? 科? Oh, I'm thinking of plant. Wait. Something else that deals with. Why am I thinking of 科? There's something that deals. Oh, it's like the planting. Like a plant, not to plant. Wait. Wait. Hold up. I gotta resolve this. That explains it. Yeah, I'm thinking of 科 instead of 植. I'm thinking of plant. Oh no, I just realized that I'm not sure. Okay, I guess this is, we've only used this as like a counter. Or yeah, kind of like a counter as opposed to 植 for plant. And are they both plants? Yes, they're both plants. Well, that's good. That's why I confused the two. Interesting. All right. Well, there you have it. Sometimes Hanzi doesn't pull off well either. 致命.
致命
Okay. All right.
毕竟
Okay.
致命 秘密 授权 甚至
That one's gonna be trouble. 提供 to provide. 提供 is the new thing. Supply, so bring up supply. To provide something is to bring up your supply of it into the open for. Okay. Or to supply. I was thinking it's still to supply. To offer, that's interesting. 这家公司提供免费something 免费 consultation
这家公司提供免费咨询。
咨询这家公司提供免费 Oh, did I say 苗 or 免? No, I didn't say 免。免费 which is free, 免费。免费咨询。Okay.
提供
提供，提供
严格
严格 strict pattern, right? And just strict. 格 is a. I should start collecting this group. So I call it. I don't know if there's a word for these things, but to me, Chinese has a group of paired characterization words or characters, and ge is one of them. Pattern modifies whatever it's describing, whatever the left thing is, and it kind of has like a built-in grammar that tells you how to use this. So there's others like 加 right 加局画了. It's like all the ones where when you plug something in or shape, like shape, form, type, kind, 种, right? 种. All of them, not only do they function as like counters, some of them serve as counters. These are like modifiers. They're auxiliary things to the one before it, or the one left or right of it. Most of the time, though, I think it's more on the right hand, on like the end than the beginning. And sometimes that can throw you off, like throw me off. I think about this strict pattern, and I'm like, what does pattern have to do with strict? But if you start viewing and feeling out some of the auxiliary words, it gets really quick. Like, oh, okay, well, strict is a form of pattern. Like, a form of pattern when relating to something. And then, like, wu, right, is thing. That's an example of the other thing. When you add thing, wu, in, like, the end, or in the beginning, to some extent, it's describing whatever the thing is to the left. So something is a thing. So like 动物, 动物 is move thing, and then you can swap out thing. You can add thing to other things to designate that they're an object, or so to speak. It's interesting, and it's not for every character. Like you can't use like Yen would not function as similar as Ge. Not that this is like a formal pattern grammar thing. You kind of just get the feelings like, oh yeah, you hear this at Yan Ge. You see this, it's like, oh yeah, it's just strict. As opposed to saying literally strict pattern. Hello there, Bree. Is today not the funeral, or is it? I thought you might be away today and tomorrow. Since you have a service, right? I might have misheard. Maybe the day after tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It was a visitation today. Just got home a little bit ago. Oh, okay. Was the visitation alright? Is everyone emotionally stable?他是一位杨格的老师 ，strict yeah.
严格
严格 not 严格 严格 Yeah, tons of people showed up. Everyone seemed okay for the most part. Her dad was having a really tough time though. I can understand. It's I forgot what show. There's a couple shows. And they do this scene where this is like a language thing that I had to learn in English. Like I didn't understand it at first, but it's more or less those shows where you have every version of the worst nightmare a parent can have, which is to outlive their children, right? So you often hear lots of these scenes and these things. And the English part was, it took me a while to understand, funeral processions, right? When the priest says something like, they are survived by, and it's one of the most interesting ways to say something that is positive in the most like real circumstance of death and mortality. But I like that phrase is set that way, where like, here lies someone, this person is survived by the following members, right? Like here lies person X, survived by his daughter Y, and yeah, the actual service is tomorrow at 10 a.m. I see. I think that's probably one of the hardest things to. Speaking of which, I guess I watched 7 or 8 episodes of The Mentalist because yesterday I got more time, and today I'm gonna have a lot of time. 2 episodes stuck out a lot, and that's because they were tragic or the rival thing. So he met. There was one episode he met the channeler, right? The channeler, but she was viewed as more of his intellectual equal in like how witty they were, where they were posturing constantly and they were very perceptive. Despite all the facetiousness going between them, they were both equally as posturing, and I quite enjoyed that. And the last scene was great because it demonstrates that you don't have to believe in facts or evidence. You can still struck someone's emotional chords, just because in the end of the day, humans are still humans despite what they know or don't know about the universe around them. So that very last thing, when she either channeled something or she read him emotionally, and said that his wife told him that the solace thing she projected, in my opinion, she projected what his wife would want to tell him, that his daughter was asleep. She didn't witness any of this, right? And it provided that little tearful moment where it's something that he needed to hear, or possibly needed to hear, or imagine, or believe was true, right? Outside the whole spiritualism thing, right? It's one of those things. It demonstrates what emotional intelligence can do. Also, and then I think it was the following episode, Brie, when the family that has a long history of police work, and there was a miscommunication, misinterpretation, failure of communication in the household, but the ending was what, like, when they were confessing, the son turned out to have accidentally unalived the mistress daughter, the illegitimate daughter of the police, like the high-ranking police father figure. So it was such a unfortunate event, but at the same time there was a silver lining. And that last scene where Jane brought them their granddaughter, right? Even despite the scene contrast with the broken household, because the household was broken from the news, you could see that the son was not present while the mother was upset, and the father was naturally very dejected. And then she answered the house. I thought that last like 10-minute scene was fantastic in that. It reminds me of one of the particular monk episodes where you hate to be correct. Like, it's one of those things, you just, despite whatever you say, however justice you are, people suffering will be people suffering. And sometimes when you're, despite being in the right of things or trying to solve things and do your job, it's still tragedy. Tragedy is still felt. So it was kind of nice that they tossed in a silver lining right after. So the last like 10 to 15 minutes of the episode was absolutely fantastic. Outside of that, more Red John things, but Red John is starting to look like a L figure or like a rival figure, but it's shrouded in mystery. You love his dynamic with children. Oh yeah, that's right. They also in that same episode, that was the episode that demonstrated that he has a caring, like he's good with children. Yeah, especially when he in the beginning he picked up the kid from the car from the recently deceased mother figure. That storyline, there's a show for that storyline, and I can't remember what it is. I think it's Kids on the Block or something. Hold up. No, it's not Kids on the Block. It's something. It's British, I think. It's a indie film, but there's this particular scene that just reminds me of the dynamics where you have children. It's it was a movie oh, hang on, let me get rid of this Twitch bot. Created July 8th. Oh, you can do better. You can do better, spammers. I think they run out of accounts. Now I only get day-old accounts within the day-old accounts. Occasionally you get like 5-year-old accounts. They're not even trying anymore. It's Tisk. Makes sense. Sort of through because of his daughter. Sort of though because of his daughter. Yeah. Well, usually not. I would say, because that would be PTSD. It wouldn't. I would say 50%. Maybe less. I would say 40% of the time, a person who suffers an early tragedy with losing would be, and if they don't address the trauma, it would be probably even worse than it would be natural for someone to be great with kids. And I don't actually know, they didn't I don't remember if they reveal how young his daughter was when he lost his daughter. But generally, I mean, there was also that episode with his previous psychiatrist, so that would presume that he has overcome his trauma of losing, but the show weighs heavily on the idea that he hasn't overcome his trauma. So being good with children would be a little bit of a mix. She was 5, yeah, so if he lost his daughter early, and if the show was weighing on the idea that his trauma is continuously present despite having like a psychiatrist, there was an episode with his former psychiatrist, I would say it would be a 50-50 shot that the person who is traumatized would be good with the thing that is traumatizing them. Yeah, so it was nice to see it. I wasn't expecting they were gonna have the character be good with children. I think I would have like something that would have made slightly more sense to me was he would be avoidant of being around children, because it would remind him of his daughter if he hasn't overcome the trauma, right? Because that's a little bit more along the lines of realistic things where But I like that it showed he was okay with children. That was what was very pleasant about the scene, that he was okay with children instead of being weak to that trauma. People typically avoid their trauma if they haven't overcome it. It was nice. And then, Lisbon is still being the punching bag. Although Lisbon did take the initiative. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Daredevil. the scene where the Red John scene where like his compatriots end up like helping him out because he can't ask for help because he's terrible at asking for help. That's usually the case for these archetypes. I understand. Honestly, I have problems asking for help as well. But it felt like an episode of Daredevil. That's when like the Netflix Daredevil and a little bit of the new reboot Marvel Daredevil, but they kind of rid themselves of they kind of hit the reset button for assistance. But near the end, it's one of those things like Cox's character, the Daredevil, right? What's his name? Mac Murdock carries the weight of the world. Like he keeps trying to carry the weight over and over again and trying to do, and then suddenly it's like no one, he didn't ask, he never asked for help, but then all the people around him is like, dude, we're here to help you. So they had one of those episodes, and Lisbon was like doing the cheeky thing where like, I'm not doing this, but I'm also doing this. And then the chief, I forgot his name, but Lisbon's boss, like, okay, well, I'm gonna be on vacation for a week, so this is gonna sit on my table. I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm telling you you can do this, but I'm not telling you this. That kind of thing. I enjoy those. Those are like those cheeky for the sake of dramedy sake, because that would not fly, right? Like a non-dramedy show would be like, that's not happening. It's just find another way. There's just no way around it. You can't do these things. Everyone gets fired. Like after that episode, none of them would have a job. or at most the chief would fire everyone, and then they would like continue the show where they're no longer officers and whatnot, and they would have to like go down a very, very dark path. But instead, of course, very lighthearted show, they violated a bunch of laws and committed a lot of crimes along the way, but were willing to suspend that disbelief in order for them to do well, end justifies the means. But that episode with Red John and what they took was borderline vigilantism, which is what reminded me of the Daredevil episodes. That particular episode when they were pursuing the one lead to Red John was the last episode that I watched, because that lead ends up getting buried, as in that person got offed in the bathroom, and that was the last episode I watched. So I think I was 12 or 13, and yeah, that's dramedy, all right. Yeah, that when if it was written in the tune of the Americans or something, something bad was going to happen. Like things were going to hit the fan for those actions. Those were clearly violations of. You have to kind of be a little bit loose, because someone who served in the force for so long, which it's like Lisbon, that is an uncharacteristic. It's an uncharacteristic move they would make. Emotions do not fly high for a vet, right? Or you would like to believe they not. But in this case, I quite enjoyed it. It reminded me of more of the Marvelization nowadays, but obviously this predated. Did this predate? I think they're about the same time. No. This predated well before. Wait, actually, this is the wrong one. Wait. Oh yeah, it did predate it. Yeah. Really does remind me of all the stuff that happens in there, though. You wonder if making him be good with children is another way to show his growth, because they make a huge point to show that he's a different person now. Yeah, but the show also spent even more time showing you that his trauma still is alive in him. The whole gripping aspect of most of the characters and emotional outbursts and like Red John and stuff is that he did not grow from this trauma. It made him deeper into his trauma, and that's why he still manipulates and tricks people. He still uses tricks in it, but he definitely changed. It makes me wonder how he actually treated his wife and daughter. Not that he was abusive or anything, but you get the vibe that he may be distant and not as emotionally back then. Yeah, that's true too. So maybe that's what they're going for, where it was even more distant and like apathetic back in the day, and this less distance of him made it possible for him to be good with children. That can be true. I think that's far more reasonable than the mixed message that you would get if you assumed he was good with his children and daughter, or like his wife and daughter back then, right? And now he's just deeper. Actually, I like your vibe a lot better, because that would also insist that the loss of his daughter and wife brought him closer, which is concordant with his growth, right? And despite still having lingering trauma, he was able to lessen that trauma over time. He's still traumatized, but it would flow better than suggesting that he's getting worse than before. And that's so everything still flows better, thinking that he might have been more distant and less caring, not in an abusive way, but just very distant and indifferent. He's far more indifferent to children back then, but having lost his wife and daughter, he is now appreciative despite the trauma that it caused. That's a great way to look at it. I think that would be very reasonable, and nothing changes with how the show emphasizes, because he's clearly not over his trauma, but maybe certain aspects of coping allowed him to be better with things that he wasn't better before. That's a great way. I haven't thought of it that way. Excellent point. I obviously don't know what happens in the rest of the show, but that's intriguing. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking about this evening, or last evening. Right? Last evening. Whoops.
就近
就近 right, actually, wait, 就近 research actually, exactly. Okay. So when you research and found out it's actually happened, that's exactly okay. Describes as roughly research to confirm it has actually happened, and it's still after all. Oh my goodness, that's like the fourth after all. How's this used? It's used in the same exact part of the sentence. 我究竟要什么? Wait. How does... I've already forgotten. I already forgot what the other after all was. Alright. We'll come back again. 究竟 Oh,
就近
Exactly.
致富
致富 Have you watched Netflix Daredevil? It's a little bit more on the like I don't know how much you like demonstrations of physical prowess or not, but if I had to take a weigh in on getting into like somewhat Marvel stuff, I kind of enjoyed either Daredevil or like DC's Batman portrayals and stuff, because technically they are lawyers and detectives. That's the blind guy, yeah, the blind lawyer, the one that is in Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, so that's like the closest bridge between all the stuff that we've talked about and watched. If you wanted a bridge into Marvel, it would be Daredevil, based on what we have talked about and discussed, because he's the closest thing that has aspects of all of that. Yeah, the Netflix one was fantastic in my opinion, in contrast to the other Marvel stuff, and then recently got rebooted to some extent. It's sort of like a half reboot because now it's Disney, and I watched the Devil Reborn, and then for DC it would be like Batman stuff because Batman's a detective. So I'm not sure. Was there a DC lawyer? I ended up enjoying, no coincidence, right? Enjoying the stuff that takes those considerations to mind. Like there's thought and not like just blind inconsequential violence or acts of feats of heroism that is blinded to what heroism can by consequences and side effects or collateral of acts of heroic feat. But Daredevil keeps it incredibly intimate enough to demonstrate that even the actions have repercussions and collateral. So I do enjoy Daredevil, which is very close to more of an on-brand DC stuff. DC stuff tends to feature collateral and like things that are humanizing. Yeah. He is a lawyer though, so close enough. Is there a politician? I feel like there might have been there might be a couple heroes that are like that deal with politics. I'll have to think about it. I recently watched that, so it came to mind. Some of the character dynamics are very similar to, or parallels, that type of dynamics, like the Lisbon Jane dynamics, or the Hal and Kate dynamic. Fool. So deliver wealth to become rich. 他希望能致富。He wants to become rich, or he hopes to become rich. It's DC, but when it was on, you loved the show The Flash for some reason, even if it was a bit cheesy sometimes. Yeah. I liked Arrow more, but they're part of the same universe. This is the same writer. So it was part of the Arrowverse universe, right? Like their original, the showrunners of The Flash, what allowed them to go on to make The Flash was Arrow, their show Arrow. Yeah, I like that stuff. I enjoy, like, The Flash was a bit cheesy, but it was cheesy enough to complement Arrow. So as much as I focus I was mentioning only one show or have some. I like when writers, showrunners have a complete picture of their stuff, right? And then Supergirl was even cheesier than Flash. So the whole Arrowverse kind of balance each other out. But then I think those shows kind of just went really long, I think. There was more. Outside of that was what was it called? Something like Justice? Something Justice? The time traveling guys? I forgot what the time traveling show was, but I watched that too outside of that. And those were the four. They formed the same universe. I don't know what it's called. Hold up. Because it's kind of like their version of like Suicide Squad or Avengers, Legends of Tomorrow. That's right. That's what they're called. Legends of Tomorrow, where they take all the other misfit characters, right? It's the Thunderbolts. It's the Thunderbolts of Avengers. Legends of Tomorrow is the Legends of Tomorrow is the Legends of Tomorrow of Suicide Squad. So the Thunderbolts is the Legends of Tomorrow, and Avengers is the Suicide Squad. That's the DC Marvel parallelisms that you can draw, where you take the second string peeps who have some dodgy background and form them together. Which Thunderbolts recently happened, so I watched Thunderbolts recently as well. That's why I'm bringing up Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts is the not Avengers, and Legends of Tomorrow is the not Suicide Squad. You just gotta do it. You gotta do it. And then Superman, the new Superman recently started airing. I think either recently or soon. I this might sound like a controversial take. I was obviously not much of a Superman person because there's something about needing to escape to watch someone who can do no wrong in a really weird way, but there is like wrong to a fault, like something incredibly righteous that it goes to a fault. I don't particularly resonate too much with those things. I enjoy them when other people enjoy them, but generally that's like Supergirl, Superman, Captain America, those type of things. It's interesting that the new age contemporary stuff demonstrates how they can contrast with the beaten down, like even Iron Man is less self-righteous and righteous indignation that is opposite of Captain America. So if I were to wager, I lean more towards the contrast in Iron Man's favor than like Captain America. I think righteous indignation has its audience. I'm not one of them. And Superman also has that, where he is righteous to a fault. And things you constantly cheer that hope everything works out for them. And that's kind of not something that I gravitate towards a lot of times. I'm more like Daredevil, where it is whatever they do carries a heavy burden. Every action he takes, he can't split his life into, like being something like that. Becoming a symbol is not something like being a superhero is being able to burden and shoulder all of that. It doesn't wash away or inconsequentially make a character allow them to behave the same throughout their lifespan. You cannot, like, it's not humanizing. Like Superman will continue to often behave like Superman regardless of how things happen. Meanwhile, like the wear and tear of some of the other superheroes kind of make that really dramatic pause for consideration. And I quite like the storytelling in that, where despite their victories, they are constantly suffering because the actions they take are not positions of pure, white altruism. It comes with sacrifice, and that's what makes them super. That's me personally. I think it's incredibly poetic when superheroes are super because they have to weigh being human and being extraordinary, not because everything works out for them and they have special abilities. Is because they're super, because their humanity, which, fair enough, Superman is not human per se, right? He's a Kryptonian. Some people could use that superficial argument, but he was raised with human value. And being human has consequences. When you brutally knock someone's teeth out, it comes with humanistic consequences. And I feel less and less attached to superheroes that are presented with this nearly ignorant or not receptive perception that when they clobber the crap out of tons of people, there's no remorse or consequences for that on their human soul. You're not much into Superman either for the TV show, Superman Lois. You did watch a little bit of it only because you liked Elizabeth Tola. Oh, okay. She played Lois. She played one of the main characters in the show Grimm, and you love that show. Ah, I see. I watched back in the day, way back in the day, my sister used to watch Smallville, and I used to like dabble in Smallville back in the day. And that one was a little bit closer to home, where it's just a constant juggling, right? Smallville kind of emphasized the fitting in part, not the heroing part, like, doing the crazy part, but it was like 60-40. 60% of the time was all the human stuff that gets in the way of living a double life, right? And I think the whole superhero thing that really captures that. Right now, the show that I would think about is Invincible. It shows the brutality of the heroing, but at the same time, the constant impact that they're living a double life or even a triple life, and then the constant distrust, like mistrust. It's just constant tension about whether they're going to be safe or not. Like it's very similar to when you watch cop dramas, or like in this case, The Mentalist has that element where, or even Sherlock, right? Where yes, you can do fantastic feats, but it's at the cost of people who care about you. And that person's recklessness will weigh on the people around. And then that person is committing vigilantism. They are constantly, so there's a tug and pull that's always there. But when you're watching Marvel films or very particular Marvel things, they vary. And DC is much, much heavier in that type of element of writing. You actually just finished watching Grimm again for the second time. It's a bit cheesy, but it's a fun show. Yeah. Another one for Grimm would be people who like Supernatural. I actually haven't watched Grimm, nor have I watched Supernatural, but Supernatural is another one. Actually, even before all of these shows, it was Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? And I only watched like bits and pieces of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So I don't know how. There was also Angel, which complemented Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So those things, apparently they're really great at doing these things. I just didn't come around to watching them. Nowadays, like the things that I watch that pave this type of dynamic is Star Trek. Star Trek is what I would typically watch, where you might be thinking, oh, the human race has reached a utopia. So what do they do next? And do they always always have the answer. No, it's constant struggle of morality, ethics, and different perspectives being spun in and in an episodic way most of the time. I think the more recent ones are not episodic; they're more dramas, or like space operas. But nevertheless, I have a preference. I coincidentally find that stuff far more compelling because it's very difficult to write. If you want a straightforward show and whatnot, that's usually what I interpret as when people say, "Oh, this show feels more straightforward," or not. I typically gravitate towards not straightforward shows. Like, oh yeah, I just want a really obvious good guy and a really obvious bad guy, or I want to play a game that I'm the main character and everything else suck. That's, and you're here to beat the suck out of everything. That's fine. It's very entertaining. That's the word I would say most of the time when someone suggests something to me and I respond after watching it. It's quite entertaining. That's what I mean. It's very straightforward and I can see the entertainment value in it. It does not, I don't have a lot to say about it because it's very entertaining. Most of the stuff would be confirming that it's an entertaining show or an entertaining movie. There's no like set of controversy or divisiveness or interpretation. You were a huge fan of Buffy when you were around 13. Oh, age difference. Buffy led you to watch Bones. Yes, Bones. Yep, with David. Yes, he played Angel. Yep, I saw Bones did really well, even to its last season. It actually started peaking near the end of its life cycle. So Bones ended up on a high. That show kind of got you into more medical type shows. Ah, I see. I was a generation earlier, so when it came to things like Bones, it was X-Files. X-Files was the thing, which had a similar dynamic as Bones with their characters, but X-Files and like it was basically X-Files. And Buffy, I think Buffy happened when I was like, it was one of those things, I already passed the window by the time that happened, when Buffy was big. Yeah. Now what is it? I'm part of the Edge group now, I suppose. I don't know how these things are very viral and popular, but I think they're niche parts of it. So Invincibles and Boys. Invincibles and Boys are like the new age thing. It's probably the most edgiest thing that I watch that other people watch. The super somewhat hyper violent, but also hyper violent and hyper traumatizing representations of they're basically the edgy versions of the mainstream stuff. Like if you're thinking The Boys, then you're thinking Marvel. It's the opposite of Marvel. It's the edge version of the Marvel universe, and Invincible follows suit with that in the animation front. So that's where I am right now when it comes to those things. I basically watch here and there. I keep up with all of that in order to draw contrast, but I'm basically waiting for wherever The Boys go and then the next season of Invincible. Your dad was a huge X-Files fan. You enjoyed it for sure, but your dad was really into aliens, so anything with aliens, even if it was some random documentary, he would watch it. Yeah. So while Bones took the ground approach, like they were investigating and doing things like in the forensics area with crime and whatnot, X-Files did very similar things, but in the investigation of mysteries, right? Mysteries. So there was also a period in the middle somewhere that had like murder, true crime stuff was peaking, especially after like, what was it? Something about a murder. I watched that documentary. It was like a drama documentary kind of thing. How to tell a how to something a murder, and then like there was an explosion of other things like True Detective, True Blood, like all of them got heightened up. True Detectives or something like that. There was so many like true crime dramas. They all got boosted. I think that this was maybe, has it been 10 years? I think this was 10 years ago. It's been almost 10 years where everything was heightened about crime dramatizations, true crime dramatizations. I think that's where NCIS and all of them had a controversial split, so they ran like 2 different shows then and all that stuff. There was so many expansions in true crime things. Super hot 10 years ago. It's since cooled off a bit. Running steady, but went hot for a moment and then cooled off. That's when Mindhunters was at the very tail end of that fever. Mindhunters was like at the very tail end, and it cooled off, and that's probably what I would think is the reason why it ended up having a conflict of interest and the show ended up unceremoniously getting canceled. It was right at the tail end of it. Oh, How to Get Away with Murder. That's it. To be fair, when you were 13, Buffy had already ended, and you're just watching the reruns. You were only 6 when Buffy ended. Yeah. I was just leaving high school. Does that check out? I might have left high school already. So Buffy was a high school thing. And by the time I like heard of Buffy, I was already going off either in college or in the middle of college. It ended 2003. Yeah, I was getting ready to leave high school. Yep. That's it. Yeah, the moment I looked at Buffy, it was already college days. And college days created another transition. That was gaming. Like gaming to the max. We're talking about StarCraft and Warcraft now. And RuneScape. I think 2003 was RuneScape. Hold up. Oh, 2001. Yes, 2001. I was slightly late to the RuneScape party. RuneScape was 2001. Right when I headed off, it was already RuneScape time. We were already RuneScaping. First free-to-play game I've ever played in my life. RuneScape. Live service, quote unquote, lives that still exists today. Live service free-to-play game. It was RuneScape. Still remember when I was a poor college boy. I wasn't. My parents were doing well, so technically I wasn't poor as a family unit. But you know, it's leaving the nest. I actually started with a non-net zero when I left the nest. I started working when I was 16 for not my parents, so I did have money when I left, but I did take out a loan, or like a government subsidized loan, the first year of college, and then we met 1-to-1. But that also means I didn't have money on the side to be splurging on things. It's so interesting nowadays. Like, hear me out. The amount of things that are free and you can make it work is baffling in this day and age. Like, what I mean is, when I went off to college, this might sound like back in my day. I'm not suggesting there are new problems. There are other things to be filled in nowadays. But when I go to college, right? Like, say I turn 18 today and I go off to college, I still, maybe the financial situation is different, like the financial aid and stuff, but I would likely have graduated with a scholarship and I would apply to colleges that offer me scholarship, right? And my first thought is there are expenses that no longer exist now. Information is one of them. Technology, tools that you can use to advance your education while being in college. Most of them are free. Now, my first thought when I went to college is how am I going to afford all the tools that I need to be in college? My textbooks, my computer, my apps, my things. But the baseline standardizations of these tools is when children now, if they decide to go to college, their parents have provided what is referred to as standard things, right? Things that are not standard when I went off to college is having a smartphone. So like I purchased my phones the first time they came out. So that's one thing. Usually a car would be something that you hope to have by the time you go off to college, right? That's one of those needs. But my first thought is if you have a smartphone, you can blitz through. Like for myself, if I were able to have a smartphone with the capacity that it is to this day, I would probably have blitzed past my first, at least my first 2 years of college before I even step into those classes. So I would take those classes as review because I need to required to do them for a degree, right? You actually have to attend and demonstrate that you know that material. But while I'm doing that, they would be my practice classes. So if I go to class and I would find that it's a good review, and then in my free time, I would be using the internet, my smartphone, and maybe like a cheap laptop to do studies for my 3rd year and 4th year while I'm in my freshman year. That's probably what I'd be doing now. I couldn't do this when I left nearly 2 decades ago. Actually, it's exactly 2 decades ago for college. I didn't have those tools, and all those tools are free now. Like, what I'm saying is, perspective is wild nowadays. When someone says, oh, well, I need the best tools to do this, and I'm like, just use the free tools. Like, if you're complaining about not being able to afford things, right, or you don't have the tools for success, it's usually the kids that I talk to today, they're saying they don't have the best tools and therefore they are a failure. They failed because they didn't have access to the best, most ideal situations. Like, they failed because they didn't go to the best college. They failed because they didn't have the money to buy the best app that their favorite influencer told them would need. To me, I would just, like, in retrospect, I would take whatever is free and make it work. And that's kind of still my mentality today. Like, when I invest in something, I will use it to the greatest extent that I have. So I make my investment choices very clearly. Wanikani and HanziHero are investment choices. So when someone says, oh, you could be using this, it's awesome, it's free, but if you pay for the, and then other people say, if you pay for this, it's totally worth the money. And like, I get it. But I grew up in a time when whatever is available or came to my attention first, I make it work. And that's the most value that I can ever get from something. Something that's imperfect still provides me with value because I make it work. Making it work is also a skill that I grew up with. And it's wild thinking if I go back to college now, I don't even have to step in a classroom anymore. Like, you can get degrees. Now, some people might say, oh, well, it's not the same, it's not as good, but you can still learn a lot of things that you can't before with next to zero investments. In fact, you can probably, the internet has come so far with your device and stuff, you can learn all the things and test out your way out of the certifications. And I haven't even I have thought about that recently. Like, maybe down the road I'll just take an exam. I'll pay for the exam as opposed to paying for, I don't even want to talk about the tuition costs. That, of course, I had really generous scholarships that I qualified for because of meritocracy. You can do it online. You can study, you can practice for those things. So whenever someone comes up to me and say, oh, I don't like classrooms, I could learn all of these things and do all of them, then do it. But what I typically observe is someone who thinks they know those things, but they don't do anything with the things they know. So like, you come up and someone would tell me, oh yeah, like I already learned how to program in Python. Okay, so what did you make? Like, there's a difference between knowing a lot of information and using and applying that. Knowing is not where it ends. People can't rely on you saying what you know. You have to demonstrate and apply the things you know. Despite that, even if you know now, if you do not apply or use those things, there's no actualizing that thing, nor any form of demonstration of your merit. So this is kind of what happens when all of the information you can have is so readily available to you. It trivializes the need to demonstrate if you actually understand and know the content. So that's kind of like language learning, right? Someone could easily come up to me and say, well, you learned all these disjointed words. That doesn't help you with anything. It's like, well, I can show you what it helps me with. It might not be the thing that you think, right? What they actualize is what they know is supposed to help you is how they're projecting. Like, they project that, okay, there aren't any sentences on the screen, so therefore it can't possibly help you with constructing sentences. Well, those people don't know or don't, and it's difficult for them to imagine how it connects to sentences if they don't have the experience for it, because this is part of many of the things that I do. It's part of many steps that I already do now. So if you can only know what it's supposed to be there, you may not know what's not there. And oftentimes experience helps you fill in the gaps. And that's very difficult to express, especially in this day and age when knowing is not the same as understanding. And in class, in school, that's very similar. But the nice thing about classes and school and stuff is knowing is sufficient. So I have kids, like, I've talked about university and learning and formal education all the time when I'm talking to those who are learning, because they're usually like either in university or they hate university or formal education, and they often tell me how much they hate it. And one of the top explainers of why they hate like college life or like formal education class is that the classes are boring because they claim they already know all the stuff, so it's boring, so they don't have to pay attention. And then they say things like, or they don't understand that stuff, it's indifferent, it doesn't help them because they don't find any use for it. Well, I asked them first, like, can you find use for it? Like, isn't it interesting? Wouldn't it be challenging to find a use for something you don't think you have any use for? Like, if you have to take those classes now and there's no way around it, sitting there and complaining, because it's truly complaining in my opinion, they're complaining that they have no use for it. I almost feel like that is more like someone unwilling to find a use for it. That would be a great skill to have. Finding use for things you observe or have to do, right? And then as well as what if it's everything you know, then do something with it and do more. Like nothing's stopping you from using that time to review. So now you don't have to review that material if you already know it. Work on the next thing. You're gonna be ahead until you're not. So if you're already ahead, why stop there? Like that's kind of the internet, what happened in the internet world. People only know what they want to know and no more or no less. If it's less, it's boring. If it's more, it's too hard and not worth their time. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, sitting here is like, boy, when I went to college, all I thought about was I do my best. If I'm already ahead, I do more. If I have more time, I just do more. At some point, I'm going to slow down and all that stuff is going to catch up to me. And it took me all the way till near the end of my PhD to realize that, oh yeah, I'm feeling like I'm starting to fall behind. So like, I've been playing ahead of the game. Like if I'm still ahead, I'm gonna keep getting ahead. Like I'm gonna keep trying to get further and further ahead. But to me, the mentality nowadays is you only expend. It's about efficiency. Efficiency is what drives today's motivation. If you're trying to do just enough to get the results you want, no more and no less. If it's less, it's boring, so they're not going to expend any more time with it. They're like, I already know this stuff. There's no reason to practice or anything like that. I know that stuff. Meanwhile, you try to challenge their notion that they know the stuff, and since they haven't kept up or maintained any of that stuff, there's huge gaps. But since they don't have incentives to go over things that they already know and maintain it, it falls apart. And then later when they finally tackle something that they have to do well ahead, they found that all their holes that they have failed to maintain falls apart. The foundations are shaky. There's no maintenance. It's kind of like waiting till your room gets super, super messy until you no longer have the motivation to clean your room. Anyways, instead of maintaining your room and continue to improve your room despite it staying clean. So there's lack of a motivation to improve when you're ahead of the game, and there's lack of motivation to improve on things you already know. And that is shocking to me. If these tools are available for me, oh man, like I would try to finish all 4 years of my college before I even hit those 4 years. That liberates so much time for everything else, and the things that I want are the things that I'm going to practice, reinforce, and create a craft out of. So all that boring stuff that I think I know, I'm going to be creative and transform those things. That's an opportunity to do that because you already know the things, so you can do them better. They're not boring because you can do them better. And then when you're super ahead on the things you have to do, I'm going to keep getting ahead because I don't want to ever fall behind or doing just good enough. Like I want to always be ahead of the game if I can be. And there are quite a lot of people who are capable of that, at least in my opinion, and at least the individuals that I talk to. But there is no motivation behind that. You had a sliding keyboard phone? I went through those periods where like all the different phones, like the flip phone, the QWERTY keyboard things. I had a Voyager, so no sliding one, but the flipping one, where like it's like half. it's kind of funny because it's kind of coming back in vogue, but now it's just touchscreens. Like the Samsung Fold just came back. It's basically a Samsung Fold, only the half is the keyboard. I think it was an LG Voyager is the closest thing to a full-fledged QWERTY keyboard phone that I had. It was my first one. Before that was the Moto Razr. You couldn't even go on the internet and you had to buy your own minutes for it after you got your first job. I see. Oh yeah, I remember that. My very first phone. I'm trying to think of what my very first phone was. I think it was a Nokia. One of those like candy bar things. You just got it in 9th grade and had it until 2 years after you graduated high school. Then you finally got a smartphone on sale on Black Friday. We bought cell phones. We changed our cell phones every other year on Black Friday deals. Solid. And now, since smartphones are kind of like being matched with software, it's been 3 years now. Going on 3 years, and I'm looking for an update for my current phone now, which is a Pixel 6. And then before that was a Pixel 3. And then before that was Pixel 1. So Pixel 3 was the last time I renewed a smartphone every 2 years. And it is always on Black Friday. It has always been on Black Friday. You've had your current phone since 2018? Wow, that's quite a long time. The reason why I'm switching, why I'm updating my phone now is the support for the Pixel 6 is ending soon. So my main daily driver, I want it to be supported by software update. Largely because my daily driver has sensitive stuff on it. So it's whenever software gets stopped supporting. So that's why I'm updating my PC as well, because Windows 10 end of life cycle is this year in October. So I'll probably update my PC, which is over 5 years old now. Yeah. Fun times. Very fun times. Just a little share. Today's a short day. Short day. Tomorrow is a long day because P5X update is tomorrow. I had one break day. Today is the only day in a while since I haven't done three things in a row. It's fun. I'm saying it's a good thing, right? It's nice to keep busy, intellectually busy. In the recent months, I thought about thinking about working up a resume again and applying for a job, because I kind of miss working. Like working, I don't know, working in a sense of providing a service. Even then, the phone you were bought was released in 2014, so now you're starting to run into issues where apps aren't supported, so you're considering upgrading. Yeah, there are that is the, like, in my opinion, when you're buying technology, when your needs are not being met is when you upgrade. And it would be like whatever is most useful and then some for your needs, for sure. Buying when software is uncooperative or even non-existent is largely my incentive to the time to buy stuff. And for myself, it's security most of the time. When software stops being supported, I turn over my hardware in order to better support that, to take out two birds, one stone, support the next several years of software updates, and also actually have software updates. Yeah, you currently have a Galaxy Core Prime. I see. I don't even know what that is. It's been a while since I had a Samsung. The last Samsung I had was a Note 4. And that was the one before the Pixel. Yeah. A Galaxy Note 4. That was the first introduction of the stylus. the Galaxy Pen that they know that most of the products now don't support anymore. Yeah. That was over 7 years ago. Yeah, over 7 years ago.
致富
致富. Deliver riches to become rich.
严重
严重. Strict, heavy, which is serious. Yes. Grave, critical. 严重. Yes. 这是一个严重的警戒哦，警告. Oh yeah, 警告. Yes. Warning. 警告. What was that in Japanese? We got this. Right? Yeah, keiketsu? No. Keikoku. Keikoku. Warning. Keikoku.
严重
严重. 严重. Okay.
提供
It feels great. I don't know if you're feeling the same with French, Brie. I'm not sure. I haven't learned, like, outside Spanish, I haven't learned another. I haven't spent a lot of time with another language where they use their phonetic language, like a phonetic in the sense of their depictions are phonetic with their sounds, but in this case, when it comes to a Chinese and Japanese, you get like this. At some point, you get to a point where when you're learning vocabulary, there's this rewarding factor of you just know what the words mean, but they don't tell you what it sounds like. and you just know what they mean. It's gotten to a point where I know what this word means. Now I'm just focused on whether I know what it sounds like or not. But if it provides the sound, it's like, oh, all right, now we have both. Not sure how French feels when you start clicking. English has this kind of click, sort of. I mean, when you read a word that you don't understand, like, that kind of feels, but it's not quite the same. Like here, like there's meaning attached to these characters. Like there's aspects of it. I guess you'll find out when you learn French. I'm asking your experience, not my experience. That's a fair point, though. That's a fair point. What are we doing?
就近
就近.就近. Or yeah, exactly. Exactly. That was not meant to be a pun. Uh-oh. 严重.
严重
What? Oh, yeah, serious.
严格
严格.
致富
致富. So what's next for P5X? What's the update about? It's a 1.1 update. So it's a core update. It's the completion of the second palace. Right now, it's right at the end. Like near the end of the second palace, so we get to confront the second villain. And then there's gonna be a new game mode. It sounds like it's a roguelike game mode called Metro of Desire. Multiple social life stuff was updated. More band stuff, which is what I like to hear. A new mini game, but more for the band mini game and soccer mini game. But they added another mini game, which it's probably like some sort. It deals with capsules, so it's got a gacha. I know gacha within gacha, but it's the in-game collectible gacha, not the gacha of the in-game, if you know what I mean. Like, it's the Japanese gacha stuff, like what's in the game, not the gacha for the game, where you like spend money and but you collect things in the game. So you're a high schooler, so you collect things too to put on your shelf and your
特
school thing.
权
So I don't know how long it is, but it's a 1.1, so it's bigger than the last thing I did, which was the character arc, right? It took me like 3 to 4 hours plus 1 or 2 hours for our digression. That is just an event. That is a mini like a mini gacha related thing. This one is the completion of the story. So this is the bigger updates. So it might not just be tomorrow, it might be also the day after. But I told myself that that's how I'm going to keep up with the game. Or like showing the game. In the background, it's in maintenance. It's been in maintenance for the last 2 or 3 days. I actually find myself kind of impatient. Like, what I mean is it's already gotten to the point where I would click on the game just so that I can look at the game. Like, it's one of those, you look at it, it's like, man, it would be nice if the update was today. It'd be nice the update is tomorrow. so it's one of those, this could be a deal breaker for a lot of people, but for me it just reminds me how well integrated the game is. Basically, like, you're supposed to feel impatience, right? That's what they want you to do, but the idea is you also need patience for a live service game to be updated. So if a live service game keeps giving you the incentive to want to play it despite it not having content updates, then it's done its job. That's how live service is wonderful. Most of the time, people would say, I think I have enough live service. I can wait." Right? So to me, I have the opposite tell. For most people, if they keep saying like, "Oh, it's making me want to keep playing the game even though nothing new is coming out," that's a bad thing for most people. It's like, "Oh, I'm wasting my time," like doom scrolling, for example. Like, I'm doom scrolling, but I'm not really getting more information, but this app is making me doom scroll over again, like TikTok, right? And that's a bad thing for most people. And I understand that. That's because compulsions and discipline is not a thing for individuals who are concerned about compulsion and discipline. And what I mean is projecting the concerns. So if you do have compulsive problems, live service, especially with the gacha component, is a deal breaker, and they will project that to other people as well. So a reviewer that scores a gacha game much lower is likely someone who is either projecting their insecurities or overtly concerned about other people and the projection of their insecurities. They don't like gacha because it makes people habitually do the things and get trapped to spending compulsively, emotionally, money. And because they know that about themselves and are really close to it, they also warn others, and then they would downvote the game in order so that others would be beware, right? Downvoting is the same as being a beware sign, when in my opinion, downvoting should be an op-ed. It should not impact the design of the game. If the game is intended to do that, then it's designed well for that intent, right? So there are two different ways of reviewing products. For me, it did the gacha really well because it's part of every facet of the game. It was designed to be a gacha game, and it does it very well, right? Now, it's not very good for people who are weak, or like weaker in the sense that not like inferior, but have compulsions that they are aware of. In my opinion, a better a way to inform that is find ways to understand your compulsions, and then you may enjoy the game despite your compulsions. Otherwise, yes, a game should come with a warning label or something, perhaps like, hey, this is gacha. Before you proceed, we want to tell you that this game has a lot of design choices that will make you want to spend money. So if you have compulsion problems, try not to play our game. That might be a middle ground for people. Or like you can implement things in the game like, hey, you should take a rest, even though it's implicitly in a live service model. When you run out of stamina, it's time to take a break from the game. Like the live service games deliberately have time gated things, and some people could look at it as a trap to buy convenience. I look at it as a very clear understanding that it's telling you to stop playing the game until later, right? So there, one is positive in its design, one is negative in its design, and they're both emotional. For me, the emotion component is if you can't stop, even though the game prevents you from playing more and you're angry at it, that's an emotional problem. That's not a, and for me, I'm having a little bit of that. And that is impressive. I want to play the game despite the game literally telling me I can't play anymore. You have to wait. That's a good job in my book. And then the gacha is there. I'm like, hey, I kind of want to spend money, but that doesn't give me more content. It's just to fill in the vacant time until the next update. So that's awesome. The game is a resounding success in my opinion. It integrated the gacha sufficiently, but despite the gacha, you're like impatient for the next update, and that's great. That's an excellent live service game. I think the reviews were like the journalists' bias and all that, and then the stigma of preying on people's insecurities. It's gonna nail you with poor PR for sure. That's like me, for example, all the things I said about kids today, you know, the last like 2-hour digression ish, or it's not been 2 hours, it's like the last hour and a half digression about observing that kids have this lack of motivation to push themselves further when they're ahead or when they're bored. It's like if I had a parallelism, I would design something to deliberately take advantage of that. And because I designed something deliberately to take advantage of that, it would be ethically disagreeable to a lot of people, and therefore it gets marked down, right? But I designed something that is very efficient at taking advantage of that. So objectively, it should do well because it was designed to do that. However, because of emotional and moral projections, journalism nowadays, especially review and aggregate scores, they're emotional. They're mostly emotional review scores, not objective. It's the irony here is when people say, oh, this is unbiased, like objective view, it's not. Most of the time it's bias, and you can point them out. It's not my place to tell them like, oh, they would get better scores if they say, oh, this is my personal opinion, so here's my review score for my personal opinion, versus going out and say it's purely objective, but it's not. I'm indifferent to that. But for others, it could be deceptive, right? And in this case, that game, yeah, every form of gacha is weaved into the game. So it's a gacha game. And it does the gacha really, really well. Now, does that mean that the game gets poor scores because it didn't just say it's not a gacha game? No, it should get a high score, but with a warning label, because it did it really well. Now, hear me out. Because I say this is when a gacha game does gacha poorly, it still gets bad scores. That's a double standard. So when a game comes out and it's a poor gacha game, like, oh, they just threw this in this corner, and that's okay. It's not intrusive. It doesn't have anything to do with the gameplay. So it gets a better score because it does gacha poorly. You see where the like cognitive dissonance come in? I don't know if that I've made it very clear, but when a game comes out and say, hey, we're a gacha game, and then someone goes and writes an op-ed and say, oh, this game has gacha everywhere and it's part of the game. It's like, no kidding, it's a gacha game. In fact, a really well-designed gacha game will have done the gacha integration very well. So whenever I see someone post like a 6 out of 10 and they spent like 70% of them describing how gacha is part of every step, or like the gacha aesthetic, you know, the tiers and the material is in every game. We're not talking about money gacha. Like the idea of the gacha is in every facet of this game, right? You roll for things, you collect materials, and those currencies pay for currencies. A lot of times these articles associate it with the only thing that costs money. There's only one pair of currency, and things that actually cost money obligatorily without accessibility, right? You have access to all those things except one thing that costs money. But because all of the gacha is integrated to the game, that person assumes that all the value is necessary to buy all the other things. No, it's not. I'm capped. Everything is capped outside of the thing that they want to make money off of. So it's weird. It's kind of like saying Duolingo gets a... This is where I bring in Duolingo again. Duolingo sucks because it's so good at doing the one thing it sucks at. What did that sound like? That sounds like what I hear all the time. If I had to generalize and reduce it to something. People hate the streak in Duolingo, but that's what it's designed to do. It's designed to get someone to get on, despite not doing anything else, get on to preserve their streak. Now, it might not be what you want it to do, right? You want it to do more than that, but it does it really well. And you mark down the product for what it is designed to do well. That is what I feel is incredibly contentious about reading other people's advice or expert opinions or not. Oftentimes they take the thing that's most viral and they spin it for clout, is how I feel about that. So, okay, so the best thing that Duolingo is designed to do is the worst thing that Duolingo is. So make that into a video and you got a lot of dialogue. Like, okay, so you're telling me that you're downvoting something because it was designed to do it and it did it so well that you're downvoting it. I see. And that's kind of how I feel about P5X when it comes to the side commentary. But I'm excited, and tomorrow I am excited. I'm quite excited. in before someone comes by and tells me like, you can't learn how to speak a language using SRS. I'm like, I know. There's no speaking here. We don't do any speaking. Like, well, you can't well, it's all your vocabulary is disjointed. And I'm like, I know, that's what they excel at. SRS deliberately teaches you vocabulary outside of the context sentences. So is that a bad or a good thing? Most of the time, if someone's expectation is not the thing that the object is very good at and designed to do, is often viewed as a bad thing. Internet. 100% confirmation bias? No, not really. That's too extreme. 88% arbitrary number, 88% greater than 50% is confirmation bias. And then whenever someone has to argue about a negativity thing, they would say something that doesn't meet their expectations, not understanding what the design intent is. More so if it doesn't meet your expectations. So if a product doesn't make you fluent in a language, then they're all garbage. That's like the strong minority opinion, my the vocal minority opinion. If there isn't one product, in fact, I'm just gonna go out and say it now. I'm sure that person has come to realize 99% of products, of apps, will not make you fluent. So by default, every single one that you'll use, you'll be dissatisfied because your only focus is on the thing that it's not intended to do, but it's part of a bigger picture. So when someone says, oh, you're already using RSRS, why don't you go do some immersion and some native content? It's like, why do you make it sound like I don't do that? It's not a hot take, but it is a hot take, in my opinion, for ignorant vocal minorities, because they believe that it's only confirmation bias. They only act on confirmation bias. It happens. Perfectly understandable. So I'm saying this with less of an emotional impact. It's very common dialogue. It's not common in the sense of a large population. I don't think vocal minorities represent a non-vocal majority that know that, oh yeah, this person's doing this. They'll probably do other things along the way because they should be smart enough or intellectual enough to understand that when you don't do a lot of other things that this thing clearly doesn't do, you're only going to get that part. In fact, it's also very difficult for the vocal minority to accept that there are some people who only want to learn vocabulary. Like, oh, how do they engage with the language? They just want to learn some vocabulary words and some simple phrases. And this person would be like, well, then you're wasting your time because real language learners would learn more than that. It's like, well, it's unfortunate for you that knowing that someone else doesn't care about the same priorities as you hurts your feelings. So you go out to hurt their feelings because you're motivated to do so. That, to me, is what happens when you play a gacha game. It's one of those things like, oh, other people are having fun, but you can't understand it, so you go out to spoil it as much as you can. Yeah, it's intriguing. That part is really intriguing too. Let me know if you whoever is listening, including you, Bree, if you ever encountered this in the wild. But I think sometimes FOMO is so baked in now that FOMO becomes unintentional toxicity most of the time, and passionate toxicity in that manner. Like, if someone is very experienced and passionate, they can't help but announce it to the world that they disagree with how other people are enjoying the same potential same passion that they have at a different stage. So they run around voicing their snobbery only to achieve in my opinion, often to achieve the opposite effect. You end up driving people away from the thing you're passionate about. So they don't end up achieving the same nuance and appreciation. I wouldn't spend my time, Brie, telling you how mediocre and how lackluster everything that the shows you like don't have, because they weren't really written to have those things. I compare and contrast with other shows in case you're interested. And I don't have to explain those things because I can use the things now that we share to try to explain, like to try to create that empathy and then intrigue you, you know? Like, that's why I'm watching The Mentalist now after watching The Diplomat. We're being encouraging. We're trying to create empathy where there isn't, as opposed to trying to deliberately create indifference. You know, someone comes up to me and the first thing they say is, Duolingo sucks, and I happen to be using Duolingo at the moment. Like, okay, so you're telling me you care, and you know, the next 15 minutes would be like, I'm just telling you for your own good. You don't have my interest in mind. You started with a comment that makes us different. That's not a way to establish empathy, in my opinion. I think that's incredibly distrustful and disrespectful. But then the person would come back and say, I'm only trying to help. How's that disrespectful? Being disrespectful is a lack of empathy, not whether you're right or wrong. That's almost as though that's like the primer for being disrespectful, right? And you wonder, if you're okay with being right and you're content with yourself, that's probably the best you'll get. But getting trust from someone doesn't start with saying you're different, so therefore trust me. I'm like, nah, that's a pass. Weird. Very weird. I would much rather sit down and talk about all the compulsions that P5X could make someone want to spend money. That's creating empathy. Instead of saying, "Oh, I'm different. I don't play gacha games." It's like, okay, well, we don't have much to talk about unless you tell me what other games you play, and hope that I will try to relate to you, right? When was the last? Here's one that I hear quite often, especially on the internet. When you watch a video, and let's say the video is about someone making a cocktail, right? Like a drink thing. One of the top 5 comments, the one that gets pinned on the wall of shame by the content creator, would be someone that says, you know, drinking alcohol is bad for you. That's the vocal minority I'm talking about. Right? So you deliberately went or knew already what the short is about. You probably at least have an idea of what the community is about, but you state something that you know is right, but have no emotional intelligence whatsoever. And what do you think the response was going to be? That person's comment gets pinned at the top by the content creator, and everyone takes their turn talking about why do you have to say this? It's not like, are you suggesting that there's no one in this community that understands that drinking excessive alcohol could be deleterious to one's health? It's kind of like coming up to me right now and saying, well, you do know HanziHero is not going to make you fluent in Chinese. Yeah, I know that. Are you trying to tell me something I don't know? Are you trying to have a conversation with someone? Because what you probably have done is remove any chance of that other person even trusting the next things you say. Because you fail to understand what the purpose of what the person is doing, right? Sorry, I'm on a digression. We'll get back. we'll get back to our lesson now. Okay. 特权 special 权 authority privilege 特权是不公平的 privilege are not fair. Wait, it's not fair. Yeah, privilege is not fair. Privilege is definitely not fair. This is a great figure of speech. 特权是不公平的。
特权
特权 How do you spell privilege? Yes. 供求 Supply and demand. 供求 You enjoy listening to digressions? You always seem to have interesting things to say. I hope so. I hope that continues. I feel like the day when I run out of interesting things to say, I'll probably just not stream. The story that I talked about today was the story that I brought for today. Sometimes I recycle something old, or like do a new spin on the spot of something that's old if someone asks me a question that I've already gotten. It's how I practice my conversationalism. The digressions are meant to practice, and more practice. Like I mentioned this before, I do doom scroll a little bit. If I don't have a story or a thought going into my stream for the day, I would allocate an hour before the stream, sieve through YouTube shorts, just like rapidly go through YouTube shorts and pick pick 2 or 3 of them, and then think about 2 or 3 of them so I remember the content short, right? And then think about like what type of commentary I can make. Today I didn't have to do that because P5X's update is tomorrow, or actually it's this morning, or like this very early tomorrow morning, like 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it'll be updated by the time I start tomorrow's session. And that's what got me to think of all the other things. Yeah. Remembering details, in my opinion, is incredibly effortless when you have something to say about it. So, without a doubt, knowledge is excellent, but actuating it and explaining it applies the knowledge. It's the lowest form, in my opinion. The most accessible form of applying your knowledge is explaining and telling it to another person. That is the least you can do to maintain your knowledge. If you can't even do that, in my opinion, as a skill, it can be very difficult to be consistent. And what I mean by that is, what is the alternative to doing that? You have to productively, according to people, productively apply the knowledge you have immediately or for the rest of your life. So what happens if the opportunity doesn't present itself? For example, if being fluent in a language is that you always talk in the target language when you're talking to other people, and that's the ideal case, how often does that happen? If you're waiting for that, then you aren't practicing maintaining the information when you can, but you just want to wait for the ideal situation. So if you study vocabulary for 6 years straight and you're still surprised that you have not been able to apply that vocabulary in any semblance, nor recall it by translation, is largely because you haven't applied it. You kept waiting to apply it. And in my opinion, this is a very divisive topic, because people believe very strongly, and even experts believe, that output minimally contributes to input. I'm like, I agree, but it contributes to retention. So if those are two different things, a lot of times people think output rarely improves someone's knowledge base. I agree with that. When you're outputting, it's outputting something you know. But their theories and their things are not concerned with retention. Retention is related to output, in my opinion, and it's strongly boosted by output. Conceptually, abstractly, what have you. So my conversational skills and ability to link topics together is because I remember those topics, and I remember what we talked about yesterday, the day before, weeks before. I remember what people tell me because we talk about it. And how do you be memorable to someone else? How do you make them feel indirectly or directly that they're important to you, the things they say? You remind yourself and the other person what you guys have talked about together. That is how you foster immediate connections and reinforce the connections. And that stuff takes time. What makes a relationship important? The investment of time. So you can do that. I don't make stories because it's not relevant to anyone else. Largely because I can do both. You can make a story relevant to yourself and then anyone else who's been sharing in that. And that, to me, you don't have to be a genius to remember things. The last time I checked, I'm not. Okay, it's a little bit of a disclaimer. I don't know if I have good recall or not anymore, but I can tell you that at a certain age, I was above average. That doesn't mean, despite, the whole being ahead thing, let's just say my IQ, my intelligence is above average, but that's not going to stop me from doing more with it. So I believe that other people can do the same. And another thing about the mentalist, you're not sure if you got into episode 16 of season 1. I have not yet. But as I was talking about yesterday, Grace, redhead, okay, has some really distressing storylines. Oh, that redhead, yes. Episode 16 is one of the first related to that. Okay. It's also a fun episode because of something that happens to Jane. I see. I'm on episode 13, something like that. So I guess I'll see it tonight. What you mean by it? Was Grace also the one that wanted to believe that channeling could be real? In episode 11? Is that the Grace you're talking about? Is Grace one of the officers? The one that sometimes she kind of overspeak. Oh no, I don't think she's redhead. I think that one's like brunette. Hold up. Oh no, it is her. No, that is her. That is her. It's just in certain lights, it's very dark. Yeah, we're talking about the same character. Yeah. That was the first time it looked like she had prior problems. Yeah, she does the computer work. Yeah, she overspeaks sometimes, right? Like during the episode with the channeler, she's the one that challenged, a little bit resistant, and argued back against Jane because, like, well, you wouldn't know, right? Like, you can't, like, because of the occult. She was talking about the occult, right? About channeling, and it implied a sense of desperation. So in episode like 11 or something, occasionally you see that she was projecting insecurities, like by being a little upfront with either Lisbon or Jane, and then she apologizes immediately afterwards. Like, oh, sorry, like because during that time, that scene, she said like, well, wouldn't you want to talk to your mother and your wife and daughter and know what they are like? Like, wouldn't you want to believe that? And then she apologized immediately afterwards because it was going too far. Like, and then Jane obviously in his composure said like, that's okay, that's understandable, right? Like, I understand where like what she's trying to project. Yeah. So she in that scene projected a desperation. She was a little bit resistant, like, don't you want this? Like, so it kind of implied that her character had something distressing that would also want that to be true. Like, she wants the idea of being able to talk to the dead, right? To the recently deceased. So that was the first inclination that she's not as cheerful as one could be. So there's a little bit of here and there as well, but that was the most notable one where, wait, why is she so fascinated and resistant to the occult? Like, she's not as attached to Jane as in that way, where like she was really distressed and challenging him because she's concerned about him. It felt more like she was performing on herself. Like, she also wants that to be true because there's probably something in her past that she would love to have some closure, right? Not just Jane, but the reason why I think that is she apologized because she was not necessarily concerned about Jane's feelings regarding his deceased wife or daughter, but her own. And that checks out. So I guess I'll be able to find out what that is. Or learn a little bit more about the characters. Yeah. Noted. Episode 16, huh? 这是供求. That's self-explanatory. Oops.
供求
You know what's very weird about the Mentalist? Just the idea that I do what Jane does, but for text most of the time. Like, what I mean is, my real life examples is how to use diction, like written language, to translate into a way to talk, because most of the time, most of my time I see people's texts. I don't see people's faces or their sound and stuff. But when I watch movies and television shows like Mentalist, I'm analyzing their performance. So like when I'm talking about Jane and stuff, just like what you talked about Grace just now, I think of those things when I'm looking at the actors' performances and then how it coincides with the written language. So to me, I have already done what Jane does like every day of my life. I, as a kid, when I was like 13 or something, I was very detached from my emotional state. So I was very like objective and stuff. I talked about this many times before, where the internet has this hyper objectivity that I've experienced when I was a kid. Before leaving the nest, I was very detached from my emotional state. So I often pretend or act appropriately. So I observe other people's patterns and then I mirror them. So if someone was very excited, I would try to be very excited, but I had to learn how to be excited until I don't have to, like fake it till you make it kind of situation. It's only when I left the nest that my exposure to things allowed me to discover my own emotional integrity and intelligence in a way. And since then, since I was like 18, I've continued to explore how to read people. And that's kind of what the Mentalist is about. But it's not only the Mentalist, it's Sherlock, it's Monk. Like whoever's in a field of detective work and they're interacting with people, politicians, diplomats, most of them have to read people, right? They're in a point of finances, startups, government, judgment. Most of those characters involve some sense level of awareness, how to read people. It's part of the thing. So it's kind of a fun inception point. It makes me feel great that there's awareness of these things. And what I mean by that is not for opportunistic gain. Some people are like, oh, well, that's how people manipulate people. It's like, yes, but that is also how people help people. That's how therapists works, a psychiatrist, a psychologist. It's not only humanity, right? You can't have nice things kind of situation. Where there's an opportunity to help, there's also an opportunity to abuse and take advantage. Where there's opportunism, there's opportunistic behavior, there's altruism, right? And some blend in between. So I enjoy how The Mentalist tackles looking at performance, and they themselves are actors. So the actors portray certain things, and the showrunner writes certain things, and I really like that. It keeps me sharp. In terms of my daily life, though, I don't get that interaction anymore. Like I can't hear someone speak. Like I can't hear you speak what your body language is doing right now. But that doesn't mean I should just quit and not worry about that. Instead, I work on written language. Like think about the patterns and all of that in order to read or try to be relatable without the need for that, right? So lots of times over for some time, people would say things like, oh yeah, I was just about to say that. It's like that's fair enough. I kind of thought that might be relevant. That's likely to be relevant. Or oh, someone sits down for like 4 hours just listening to talk about things that they already know. It's like, yeah, because what you shared is enough for me to understand that these things are probably relevant to you. What are my thoughts on Cho? Oh, the Asian representative. You think the fact that he's so serious about everything is sometimes makes situation even more comedic? Yeah, Cho is a token Asian guy. Yeah, Cho is the token Asian guy, and he did the token Asian guy, it was my fault situation when the episode 13 was the most recent episode. The guy that they helped save, right, was supposed to give the lead for Red John, and he was in the back seat, and he was the guy that got coffee tossed on him. And the next scene after they regrouped because the guy got away was, it was my fault. Like, it was my fault. And then so then how Jane deflects it is by sharing the blame. And that's a very classical move to do for someone who wants to get someone who's very serious deflated. Oh, his backstory is interesting too? I can imagine. He is the token Asian guy though, which is something that is a little closely observed by me as well. He's the Asian American-esque representation. And yeah, I would say being wound a little bit and serious is a very classical representation. And then you have the goofy guy. I forgot the goofy guy's name. The bigger, gentle giant guy. He's huge compared to the others. Whoever his name is, the guy that has problems. He's supposed to have a crush on Grace, I think. Risby? Is that? Oh, okay. I think I'm still getting used to their names, but he's the guy that can't seem to confess to a coworker. Although romance in the workplace is not the, like, in terms of law enforcement, that's something is very divisive. It can be very divisive. because you have to declare these things and then HR and all that stuff. But yeah, I think Wayne Risby, yeah, that's him. He's a Welsh actor. You can sometimes hear his accent slip out. I noticed. Yes, I noticed. It goes with the premise, though, you know.
保密
People have accents. Although the showrunner could say like, nah, you were supposed to not be that. That's fine. I think when it comes to that premise, it's like having a little accent slip out is part of an acceptable range. He should have just been Welsh, if you know what I mean. I wonder if they're gonna include someone. I wouldn't mind having a Welsh character, like a Welsh actor having a Welsh accent in the show. It's an Americanized show, so maybe that could deflate some of the. It could end up deflating some of the situations, perhaps. I don't know. Bao Mi. Bao Mi is to keep a secret, yeah. To protect, preserve, or protect the secret. Confidential. Maintain secrecy. Ta nang bao Mi. He is able to keep a secret. Or he can. Yeah, sure.
保密脱
Or to take off. Or Alright, Tom is in front of the office building, mad at his boss, who is a merman. Oh yeah, that's right, that's merman. Oh no. Tom is dressed in a suit and tie and sees his boss coming out of the office building to talk to him. Okay. Tom takes off his clothes, pulling down his black tie slacks so that he can moon his merman boss. Honestly, that's kind of fine. Or Tom. Yeah, Owain, his real name. Well, I watch bloopers with him. He just can't help it. Sometimes same with Simon Baker. He's Australian. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I get it. I get the whole show running thing, but occasionally it would be kind of funny. I mean, I wouldn't have mind if Hugh Laurie suddenly had a reason, you know, like a superficial, like a story context reason to sound like his British stuff. By coincidence, Procall suggested a show called Q, or QI. QI, and Hugh Laurie is in it as one of the the guests, and sounds ripe British, right? It's all good. I think it's difficult to normalize the idea that there was one episode in House that he pretended to be British with an over-exaggerated accent. That was hilarious. Oh yeah. Those ones, yes. There were a few. And he, you know, he does it with this like exaggerated face and like facetious. You can even imagine his face, like he's like doing it, like he's very animated when he's over-exaggerating. But that's just him, honestly. I wonder how that feels, being a British actor playing as an American character who is pretending to do a poor American's stereotype of British accents. That's hilarious. I think that's fantastic. Like, he wasn't just doing a British accent, you know, his accent. He was over exaggerating, but channeling what an American would think about a British accent, which has happened quite often in interviews when people talk. Like Tom Holland's would get the same comments. Like there are some instances where, because Tom Holland is British and plays Spider-Man. Spider-Man has a New Yorker accent, right? So that happens quite often when it comes to that. Which, by the way, Procol is generally around once in a while on weekends. He's British, so we talk about this stuff from time to time. He's not interested in language learning yet, but British. I would love to just randomly go into a different accent to catch people off guard, but I do not have the command of that. The closest I can go into is I just switch languages from time to time. That can be fun. You know, one time I'm speaking English and then we're, you know, a little bit of English, you know, 一点中文 then going 胡椒话你啊 and then go back to English, that kind of thing. Maybe that, but my accent doesn't technically change over exaggeratingly. So it'd be hearing the same person. It's not like I'm making you suddenly think I'm a different person. I think actors command that type of thing naturally. They can make you think they're a different person, right? Like they can become a very safe, happy person, and then all of a sudden they're incredibly serious. My mood did not change in between the things. Like I'm not suddenly going to be really upset with you. The mood is consistent through my language swapping. But actors, the good, you know, the awesome ones, they just know how to do it. So it's amazing tool, I would say. Comedians, you would like, comedians are very, very similar. They ebb and flow between how to immediately get people to feel roller coastery, right? Like synchronize their face, their delivery and stuff very, very dramatically. Drama is a comedy is a form of drama, right? The arts, the performing arts, and then all under the umbrella of performing arts. You can have that in little bite size. When a comedian like sets you up for a punchline, you're like suddenly, oh no, the tension just spikes, and then you're just like holding your breath, and then, you know, punchline happens, all within the span of a few minutes. And that's what actors have to do, scene to scene, right? That's their, and I think it is extraordinary, largely because I don't act. I don't do that professionally. So we have to also keep in mind that relative perspective happens. Thanks, Corwin. Hi. I'm not sure if we've met, but I appreciate it. Wow, that's it's been a while seeing that. How are you? May I ask? Wait, actually, I do know you. Because did your name change at all? When you type something, it didn't. Oh, Stream Raiders. Okay. Then man, then it's been a while. I haven't heard Stream Raiders in a very long while. Oh wait, is that who I think it is? Is that oh, that's Garfield. Ah, and Anne was the creator. I see, I see. Well, hello. Hello. It's been some time. Yeah, I appreciate the gift subs and the sub. Yeah, it's been a while for Stream Raiders, but those are definitely familiar names. Harold Garfield and Anne, the artist. Thanks, Jesse. How is Stream Raiders going these days? How is Stream Raiders going these days? Do you do Stream Raiders as well? You're just going to sleep. It's 3:32 at you're from Ukraine. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, be safe, right? Hopefully everything is going right. Oh no, you're just a player. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I appreciate it. I don't know what is it about me perhaps, but yeah. Hopefully sleep well. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Safe thoughts. Hopefully everything's well there. The world is not very stable around the world, so wish you the best of health. Right. Yeah. I don't know who the other three people are. Wait, do I know these people? Let me think. I don't know who Chill Bits is, but somehow it landed on Bree and Fictitious. And somehow Fictitious is here. Sometimes I don't know if he's always waiting for punchline. I know who Ghost King is. That was from Yakuza and Like a Dragon. I don't know who Affinity is. You leave for Batman and came back to this. Really, let me explain something, Bree. I don't know if you're familiar. Fictitious was here when I was doing way back. Way back, I used to do this thing, an idle game called Stream Raiders. And Stream Raiders is where it's a play on Twitch. It's a Twitch integrated idle game. So what happens is all the people who view, they would deploy units onto a battlefield with the streamer, the stream captain. And after a certain timer, or however timer, you execute and you simulate a battle. And that is the premise. It's the platform for all of it. So what happens is then you can sell cosmetics through the app in order to like represent your stream captain. And there's, events that would pit stream captains against stream captains, or helping stream captains accomplish things together, like clear levels and whatnot. And then they would be rewarded with things. And then the viewers are also rewarded for participating in those battles. And I did it for maybe 2 or 3 years since it starts. And then since I haven't done that in like 3 or 4 years. But over that time, there were opportunities to interact with other stream captains, right? To interact with stream captains. And one of them I spent quite a long time in the initial phase chatting with, and it was Garfield. And I think he's still doing that thing. He plays other games, and these are idle games, so there would be like something on the interface that would tell you when the next battle is, and then they would show the battle. And you can collaborate with stream raiders based on goals to release your own skins that would advertise a particular captain, like your captain, right? You would come up with a concept, you would ask for a concept, and then they would come up with it, and then that's how they would rotate on collecting funds for the game and for the captain that's in charge. So it's more like a indirect contractor agreement, kind of like a content creator relationship. And during this time, you can play whatever, you do whatever you're doing, and then the idol would happen. And that's kind of how I met Garfield. I tangentially also met Anne, who apparently that emote that Garfield, that Corwin used, is from Garfield, because Garfield, as in the Garfield the cat, is his mascot, right? And then Anne is someone who likes birds, lots of birds, and she does artwork on alongside like other things and maintaining stream raiders. I myself have stopped maintaining stream raiders, largely because it interacts and interferes. I have also some conflicts of interest on that model, but there you have it. It's a very long story short, but it led to very, very long sleepless nights doing that stuff. It was kind of fun. We had, I guess I had like what, 6 skins. Now I'm sure they're turned over. But yeah. A blast from the past, and Corwin was, I don't know, maybe somehow it was said or whatnot, but Corwin's calling it for a night. I would be curious how this was brought up. Like, it's been so long, but there you go. I don't know if you've ever played an idle game, Bree. There are quite different aspects of the subgenre of idle games. You have like auto RPGs, maybe some that you play solo. There's also like clicker games. They kind of belong to this like slightly outside sphere, so you do things like once every 30 minutes kind of thing. You don't think you've ever picked up mobile idle games? Yeah. That was my first mobile idle game. Outside of that, that was the only time. So Stream Raiders was, you know, if I had to go in, I'll go in hard, right? So I did spend a lot of time committed to Stream Raiders. There was a time when there was one of the years when I was at Otakon. And I brought my like janky laptop just to run a Stream Raider stream, because an event was happening during that. 200% towards the things, and then I decide to retire. So do you just start and leave it alone and it grows by itself and you come back to pick up results? You check back every like, it's different intervals, but you would just check back every 30 minutes or so. You have something run and Orin, thank you. I really appreciate it. You don't really have to. May I ask, since you're still here, what is it that brought you over here today? Was there something that I could elaborate on? Like how was it that I came up? Because we haven't I don't think we've spoken before too often. Your name doesn't seem familiar to me, but there could be a name change. Yeah, so for idle games, right, Jazz, each idle game will have like a predetermined amount of time, and they vary. In terms of Stream Raiders, the normal cycle is every 30 minutes. Oh no, every 5 minutes within a 30-minute window. So whenever you're busy... No, you never change your name? Yeah, so we haven't talked. Huh. Well, I really appreciate the... and gift subs and your sub, of course. May I ask, how is it that you come upon my name? Has my name changed? No, I don't think my name has changed. I have to think because it's been a while. Yeah, I don't think my name has changed. So for Jazz, right? In terms of Stream Raiders, your deployment is every 5 minutes. So while you're watching Twitch or doing your thing, since you might be in front of your computer or you're doom scrolling or your favorite activity, you check back every so often, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. You like pull a character onto the map and then you wait, and then every 30 minutes, if you're watching the streamer, you can see the results of the battle. You yourself do not see it on your end, but you would see it on the stream captains. If not, you can just collect the results. So what happens is, as long as you participate in a battle, you get the thing. It creates a habit formation loop that deals with the idle component, and as well as becoming associated with a particular streamer, or stream captain in this case. And then there are events that have even smaller windows where you would stay for the 10 minutes or the 15-minute interval, in which it gets truncated to like 2 minutes, and then you participate with the stream captain live. And the stream captains could be like a house of thousands of people. Yeah. You think you've played streamers before? Somewhere? Don't remember who? Oh, okay. You see me online a lot? You see what I do? I think it's very unusual that you have so few viewers. Oh, it's because I do learning stuff. So I don't know. Learning stuff can be we do learning most of the time nowadays. Occasionally there would be a game thrown in, but this is important. Yeah, learning, that's so boring. Yeah, it is important, but maybe not so much for Twitch, right? Sometimes I play video games, but I play video games for learning. So I don't know if that goes well as well. You'll hear me yapping about human condition and mental health and stuff. Like, if a video game has a scene about grief, I'm gonna spend like 30 minutes ranting about different ways grief can be presented or something like that. I'm more here to explain things either to myself or to others. So whenever I choose to do something, I like the act of explaining and instructing and encouraging others to do that. You found me because you were specifically looking for someone language learning. Interesting. Don't have much time to be a spectator, but at least you did a little bit. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Corwin. I will have to give a shout out and see what Garfield is doing. Do you know how well do you know Garfield, Corwin? Or do you just chill? Are you a chiller? You seem pretty well spoken, like willing to type something. So I imagine Garfield has made some sort of comment to you. I still remember the craziest thing that I did with Garfield was probably that one time where I stayed up 36 hours, where I'm pretty sure I stayed up for like 16 hours to do some stream thing, and then Garfield was coming up next. So then we moved over to Garfield, and then I joined him in a voice chat, and I think there was at some point we became somewhat unhinged by our fatigue, but that was like the most extreme situation. Not sure if he ever keeps evidence of that. If there's no evidence, then that's fine, but you know. I think you know why I found you. Yeah, you mentioned it before. Yeah, you were looking for someone being productive, and then we talked about the productivity method. Yeah. Yep. And then it led Jazz, it led to that conversation about, what was it? Pomodoro was the thing, and I have yet to find a clever way to experiment with Pomodoro, maybe like for a month or something. 25 minutes off. I need a task that I would be comfortable with 25 minutes off and 5 minutes on. Yeah, the tomato clock thing. Yeah, tomato clock thing. Yes. Yep. Yeah, anyways. Corwin, I hope you are getting some sleep. Like, if this is the last time, I really appreciate it. Again, do sleep well. That is one of the things I do talk about, sleep hygiene. And when you have like idle games and we talk about live service games and gacha games, I typically talk about compulsions and being like regular. and understanding one's own compulsions in order to promote a healthy lifestyle or relationship with what they do. Garfield is your friend from Stream Race. Oh, okay. You help him a lot with his very first skinathon. Oh, so you've been with him for a while. Just say hi to him from you and he knows me well. Oh, okay. Very nice. Wow. So you might have known him. Yeah, you knew him before I did. We met coincidentally. Yeah, we definitely met coincidentally. I was like, there was times when I was like deliberately egging on hype trains. I still remember those hype trains. Like, one time there was a time when you get lots of bits, right? Lots of bits from Amazon, like from Twitch and whatnot. And I didn't know how to use those things, even though I accrued them for a really long time. So then eventually I met Garfield. So I would sit in the chat after, because he comes on after I did. And I'd be like, should we start a new hype train? So you just start with like 100, and then Garfield would say something and like, okay, another 100, another 100, and then eventually it triggers a hype train, and then everyone just hops on. And I remember having a blast doing that as a gag in Garfield's stream. My schedules don't really support stream raiders too much anymore. Nowadays we're doing language learning, so if you're ever interested in language learning, there you go. Unfortunately I do not know any like language or have any foray into a Slavic related language. That has been raised a couple times when it came to like the general area. Skinathon. I imagine those things still happen. I wonder now if Garfield integrates like subathons with skinathons or something of that nature. That seems to be a thing. I don't deliberately generate hype or win, so also explain a lot of things about the spectators. And people come and go. Well, most of the time the ones that like studying and learning and stuff, they stop on by and give me an update every so often, like a month at a time situation, because they're busy, you know, going in, getting their things done. I think the vast majority of people I know are father figures. They are family members. They have family to attend to. You're reminded of school days and how some classmates would express non-enthusiasm whenever the Spanish class or the French class is about to start. Yeah. You could do Speakly French with Pomodoro. Oh yeah, that's true. There aren't really lessons like that. Oh, yeah. We should do that. That's like breed still nonchalantly. We'll do that. I think that would be a thing. Wait, stream raiders have been dead for months? Really? What do you mean by that? The last time I checked, there were still people in that category. What do you mean by dead? I haven't been keeping up, obviously. It's been 3 years? No, it's been longer than that. Five years? Oh, they closed the project. Oh, really? I had no idea. Was it like a mutual closing because of, I don't know, just decreased interest? I had no idea. So for months now. Huh. Rest in peace. It was part of I still remember most of my experience. That long story short, Stream Raiders was the first time someone impersonated me. I still don't know who it is, but someone was not happy with me indirectly. So what they did was they created an account with an extra space and they impersonated me. And that's how I interacted with the two other stream captains that I haven't really interacted with because of that impersonation. Yeah, Streamers is a weird time. Ups and downs. After you finish the daily task, which is usually a review of 5 to 10 words, you learned previously the study area where it teaches you the word will just on continue until you choose to stop. Okay. Well, I will have to put that on the note about the Pomodoro. That sounds like an interesting opportunity to test Pomodoro and Speakly. Two birds, one stone. Excellent thinking. How strange? There was a lot of contentious things. I was a much like this content that most things. I don't typically have very straightforward perspectives on things. So the thing about stream raiders is that individuals are very apparent. So I had a lot of disagreements with how incentivized a lot of other people are. Like not the captains themselves. I'm talking about the way the project was being handled. It trivialized the people I was interacting with, their time, right? So, and the way the idea to monetize things was creating a habit that I was concerned about. And when I was voicing those concerns, like just as idle chit chat, right? Because I digress, I actually do everything that I'm currently doing right this moment when I was doing stream raiders. So then there were a lot of people who say, you're just upset because you're not as popular, or you're upset because you're not doing as well, or people don't want to hang out. And like, I'm upset because people have to hang out. Or like, I'm worried and concerned that people have to hang out. Captains have to do certain things to stay relevant. Captains are pitted against each other in an indirect way, and then the viewers have create allegiances as opposed to collaborative nature. I'm not saying the captains themselves are creating this, but the system itself creates adversaries, and they create favoritism as opposed to like collaboratively work together. And that's kind of why I wasn't the greatest. But Garfield still gives a lot of love to all of us. Exactly. So Garfield and I saw eye to eye. Like we vibed off each other pretty rapidly. And that's not to say that other stream captains did not. The system itself, the way the game was done, there were less features about collaboration, but more features about competition. Competitive, like selling, competitive things. Like, I think, in my opinion, it was a different direction that I thought streamers would be going. I thought maybe at some point there would be like a 10 captain master event where 10 captains come together and do something that would practically break their server or something. But it didn't stay that way. It continuously tried to make other captains indirectly compete with each other. Not that they're intentionally competing with each other, but the system would require that it's a competition for who is most popular in order to gather the most opportunities for incentives, like monetary gains and whatnot. And that creates a falling out of captains and whatnot. And so what happens is there are good captains, there are tiered captains, but the captains aren't like against each other. They're trying to support each other a lot of times, and then the viewers tend to try to support each other. What happens though is their marketing strategy hits each other indirectly against each other. Like, oh, whose turn is it? This is my turn because I make more, or I'm more popular. So it created a hierarchy, and that to me was a little off-putting, and that's why I stopped that. I didn't want to be in competition with other captains. I didn't want to compete for the same viewership. Like, if like Corwin is a viewer, right, is a player, so it is if you want to hang out with more than one captain, it demands even more time from the viewer's perspective, and that to me is unhealthy. It can be unsustainable. You can create unhealthy attachments to certain things. So the moment you want to like support someone else, despite also supporting someone else, it can be very difficult. So you're deliberately creating a model where more and more it is very hard for people to care about other people. So that togetherness is very tough to maintain. And despite everyone trying to make a chance at it. So the model created conflicts of interest, and I decided to just spectate and be part of the supporting than being someone who is also part of the pool of competition. So that's my way of saying I couldn't cut it, and that's fine. And you want to thank some captains with whom you was then. For those who gave me their warm cashback of love. Happy dollars. I hope to invest it forward. Corwin, thank you for your happy dollars and your literal dollars, of course. Subscriptions. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say dollars. Or it's kind of like a Twitch thing, so I appreciate the happy dollars. I call them happy dollars, and I'll make sure to give Garfield a DM about you, Corwin. That's a pleasant surprise. You're definitely the only one, like, so far. Like, it's been a really long time since I've heard Stream Raiders. I actually barely brought it up maybe once or twice the last 4 years. I'm glad there's a soft spot. That's a wonderful memory to remember streamers, right? Yeah, I check on Garfield's page every once in a while to see if he's healthy and doing well. Dollar bills, yeah. I think that's strange indeed that people could be divided as soon as engagement time is being taken into account. Yeah, that's my biggest problem. It was my biggest problem where, you know how like I don't know if you guys ever work in a position, like in a job where there's employee of the year. That's what happened. I had problems with that. Like, if you wanted to do your best, it would also mean that someone else would have to do their best, right? Like in a way, which is good for the company, but that type of scenario can create internal strife, a conflict of interest between people. So like if I got, like, for example, if my coworker got employee of the year, does that mean all the other employees don't work very hard? And in this case, in that professional field, there are a lot of other things that make up for it. In the model that this group had, this developer group had, there wasn't second best or third best or collaborative best or group projects. There were just, hey, let's all compete for our own resource. It's almost similar to having a content creator pool and competing for the same content creating pool. Kind of like how TikTok's business model works. Like if there's 2 million up for grabs, the success of whatever the division of that 2 million is predicated on the percentage of anyone who's participating in it. So you're competing for one pie, basically. And that competition for one pie, there's two ways to think about this, and I'll acknowledge both. I'm a wuss. I don't like doing that thing. I don't want to compete for the pie. And alternatively, you could say I'm a little too soft for that. I don't like competing for resources. So I prefer to be outside of that. I don't need to compete for something. If doing my best means someone else loses opportunities, I rather not have the privileges in the first place. Yeah, I'm glad to see you, Corwin. Sorry that my memory doesn't got me, but I hope to see you. Yeah, see you sometime. I will make sure to pass on a hello to Garfield. Thanks again. Sleep. I hope you're sleeping now. Like going to bed soon. Sleep well, and appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words. You think it's an uneasy feeling you have about engagement time was the exact reason why I walked out of the study self-improvement space? Yeah. In it, they have a leaderboard for people with the most time clocked in for study or productivity. That looked demotivating too. Exactly. So that's kind of the stuff that I try to stay away from. And not that it's not useful for other people. I just happen to not be that type of person. Right? There is a place for that. For me, I often say this as a euphemism. I'm too old for it now. Like I'm too old to compete, and that's not a bad thing. I'm not like self-pitying myself. I'm saying I prefer to be in a different environment. I prefer to be in an environment that if I try my best, it elevates everyone else, as opposed to if I try my best, then other people have to bring up their game, because if I'm trying harder, it reflects poorly on others. That's not an environment that I spend my time in anymore. So I play, single player games for that reason. I play cooperative games for that reason, and I language learn for that reason. If I'm learning a language and someone else is learning a language because I'm learning a language, that's fine. There's nothing about me being really good. Like, this is taking with a grain of salt, because even in language learning, this has happened where someone makes it a competition to be productive. Like, someone would come up to me in Japanese, especially Japanese language learning. They would say something like, well, you could do this in 6 months. Like, that's great. I'm glad you can do that in 6 months. I can do this in 2 years. That's perfectly fine with me. But if I'm going faster somehow, right? If I'm going faster somehow, and I know someone who's using me as an example to weaponize against someone else, like someone would go to someone who knows me well, let's just say I don't, in this capacity, they would go to another streamer, for example, or go to another person or a friend or family and say, see, this guy did this in 1 year and you're spending 3 years doing that. I don't want that. That to me is what I'm afraid of most of the time. Just because someone else did something and they did something well doesn't mean that allows you to be used as an object to deflate someone else's achievements. So that was the problem. The core problem I had with Neverwinter and Stream Raiders. Neverwinter and Stream Raiders, when I participated as like, I don't know, some indirect representation of sharing information for that, it's unintentional. It's just not for me. So I had a conflict of interest. I'm not saying I am against or they shouldn't or should not do that. I had a conflict of interest. I do not want to sit there and think, oh, if I put in more hours and I'm doing the best I can, I am seen either better or less than someone else who's also doing their best. It's not cooperative. It's competitive. It's indirect competition. It's not non-competitiveness. Like, we're all working towards a common goal. It's competition. So people would then do the little office politics. Office politics start developing from this type of environment. And I'm not used to it. It is an excuse. It is. Because I'm avoiding something that I don't have skills in. Right? I don't operate that way. Like, it still happens. Office politics still happen a little bit in the graduate scene, academia and stuff, because of publications, authorship, and whatnot. But that's the part that I don't resonate with very much. I like collaboration, so I focus specifically on collaboration. What if I'm doing my best? it doesn't bother me that it raises your position, because the people around me would always do their best to raise each other's position. It's rarely about who's contributing more. It still happens though, because humans are humans, right? We have to understand that the human condition is that when people contribute to the similar goals, the ones that are contributing the least can be the target of an indirect competitive process, right? Because in a group situation, the weakest link, you are only as strong as your weakest link. And hear me out. Over the last year and a half, I've met 4 or 5 people who intellectually have my commonality. We talk intellectually very similarly and whatnot, and perfectly capable of operating in different systems. But those people are no longer around, because the moment it comes to identifying individualism versus communal cooperativity, we butt heads. It's a conflict of interest. So for those who don't unapologetically favor cooperative nature regardless of individual performance, then yes, we have a falling out. Like recently, I've talked to someone maybe on and off for 6 months, and this person immediately started talking, sharing a lot about individual merits, right? How like he voice and shares a lot about disagreements about who's performing more and having disagreements with group projects and whatnot. And at some point, there was a breaking point. At least that's how I interpret it, where I am consistently at odds with his perspective. Like, for example, the last thing we talked about was cheating in video games. Somehow this person's impression is that I could not appreciate that if you know that someone is cheating in the system that you're working in, somehow it deflates your achievement because other people are getting it easier. I understood that, but then I offered a counterexample. But this is a video game in which you are performing the task that's stated. So if you understand the nature of how you perform the task, it's not relevant to the people who are cheating, who cut the corners, or in fact, the people who are quote unquote cheating, they weren't actually cheating, they were manipulating, or maybe like exploiting. We'll say exploiting, but you know the nature of how they achieve the task. So when someone asks you, oh, where are you at? You can explain the differences between the two processes, right? So in a sense, if you are truly independent and intellectually aware of what you're achieving, you can explain that. That wouldn't carry an emotional baggage on how you performed. Like, for example, if I learned a certain aptitude using Duolingo, I say that I use Duolingo to reach a certain aptitude. When someone else says, oh, they reached it quicker with this tool, then it is that tool. They did not use Duolingo to reach this aptitude with that. It's distinguishable. But we come to like a conflict of interest in emotional statements. Like, I could see why it would cheapen his achievement, but he believed that I was disagreeing with him intentionally, or like refusing to understand his point of view when I'm offering that you yourself can control both. You can acknowledge that cheating makes things easier and cheapens your thing, but at the same time, understand that they are two different processes. You did not exploit, they did. So you can distinguish that. But just knowing that made him inconsolable in that nature. And that's what happens. So for myself, I try to stay away from those type of systems. There are leaderboards that reward everyone, by the way. So we'll get into that because there are leaderboards in P5X, but they do it very differently. So like everyone largely wins. Like 80% is participation, 20% is that edge, right? It reflects the proportional diminished return of the thing. The stream rater model didn't do that. There are losers and there are winners. And that's kind of a telltale sign of internal strife, right? When there are clear losers and clear winners, and how big that gap is can it's a tough balancing act. So I'm not a shark anymore. I'm not entirely sure if I ever was a shark. I was a yes man when I was younger. So I often reflect back on my early 20s, and honestly, luck, I would consider myself a very lucky person because I was not a shark. To get to where I was, I think it required a very hefty shark. But because of my circumstances in life, I got lucky. Yeah, sharks take. That's how they create their gap, right? And their extra edge. Leaderboards, man. Yeah, if you see those hundreds of hours on another person, what I think is that I don't have the time to catch up in the leaderboard. Exactly. It's both demoralizing. It can create a gap. It can make people who are performing well or have certain properties vary a point of resentment. And hear me out, it's disproportionate. There are more losers than winners on those type of leaderboards. Oftentimes that type of environment, there are the select few and then everyone else. So it becomes a zenith. Like the larger majority will be disgruntled when it comes to the collection of people than the elites. So despite that, there will be a growing vast of resentment. Passive aggressive resentment oftentimes against the top. So there's not like a equilibrator. Like there's no equalizing of that, where like maybe the performance at the top also means that the whole group benefits, right? So that was not in place, and that was what I was worried about. I was not in it for that long. I was in it quite, I went ham. Like I generally do like 200 300% the moment I start something. So I could have slightly end up being that person who put in hundreds of hours while another person could not do that. And that could lead to being targeted unintentionally. And I don't want any of that. So I kind of divorced myself from it. I did the same for other things. So that's kind of a long story short. It's a less positive one, but ultimately I'm quite healthy. So I'm very happy. There hasn't been an impersonation as of late. And I often worry if I were to clout chase or do some sort of sponsor or something, that it can lead to that. So we'll see. But for now, I think this is pretty nice. I don't need anything anymore. I don't need much anymore, and that allows me to say that. But I totally understand. I totally understand why people would want to compete like that. If you really need something and you're aiming for something, that type of environment will get you improving like a madman, right? Because that desperation and that competition, that can be, my competition is with myself. I think maybe I carry that type of mentality because my father was a sole proprietor, right? Or sole proprietor with my mother, right? But he has always been a businessman himself, operating under his own rules. And I can kind of see the attraction for that. I am my strongest competition. I rarely ever compete with others. Largely because there is a privilege here that is unfair, right? Privilege is unfair, but I have the privilege to say that I don't really need those things. But for those who do, that's why those models work really, really well. Those internal competition models, the need for demonstrating that you are better than other people, including your coworkers and whatnot. Shark eats shark kind of thing. That, but where you get rewarded for putting in time at all sounds like an interesting concept to you. Yeah. So for me, it's legacy. And that's kind of neat that I got a chance to talk about Stream Raiders. Huh. As far as I know, Garfield's doing really well. Or like Garfield's doing no less, like at least not less than what he did before. I had no idea Stream Raiders closed the project. My prediction was like a year off. I had my concerns that it would close down due to internal strife and management, because the management was a little scary. But that's it. It did have other effects, which it brought people together, and that's the silver lining here, right? The silver lining. Huh. They expand to other things too. They had multiple projects, so maybe it's not just Stream Raiders. Maybe they moved on to other projects, but they had the whole like Stream Raider brand. There was other titles and other collaborations. I don't know how they worked out either. It was at that moment when they started expanding to other IPs, you know, extended IPs, that I found myself, there's no way I can double down and triple my time investment. I was already doing like 16 hours a day. I'm a workhorse. I love pursuing and contributing my time to a product that can uplift a lot of people. But the moment that I see that the product is creating division between people, I'm out the door. So you're not getting an A for how long you do it. You get an A for even doing it in the first place. That's kind of sounds more attractive than having to have hundreds of hours on your digital record. That's fair. Yeah, so here's one of the things that can be off-putting about the model. Like, say the performance is based on the average of all. Like, so all the players, right, gets a A. Then that means everyone has contributed to this. But what if you're an individual and you think you put in an A, but then all got a B? So it feels like you got a B despite working in A. So this is the counter argument to the environment that I'm talking about. This is the negative scenario. And this is the scenario that most people refer to when they want an individualized scenario. But the other scenario could happen as well, and it's more likely to happen, which is if you're the individual and you put in a B, and if everyone came together and they got an A, then it feels like you got an A despite performing at a B. This is the other scenario, which is the positive scenario for the thing. Now, when it comes to hierarchy, there are less people who will perform above average in these scenarios, in my opinion. Slightly, like, there are slightly less people above average when it comes to the internet, like this type of model where you have like this. So the question is, how much of this under here is over here, right? And when a model shifts way too far to the right, I leave the door. I like get out of the door. Because what happens then is more people are below the mode, or not the mode, the median. So like the middle point, right? The median point is over here. So there's more people upset and being told that they suck than the people who are performing and contributing. So then you get to an area where an individual might be performing at an A on a performance scale, but they're really performing a B because someone else is performing, someone else, right? Someone else is performing an S level of work. So because this person performs an S, it makes you look like you're performing a B. That's the type of environment that I was trying to avoid. So if someone is radically successful, they are used as the baseline instead of using the average or a weighted average, so that there's still a normal distribution. Like a weighted average would be like if there's more people performing well, the weighted average would shift the other way in order to adjust for the, so then there wouldn't be like an increasing dissonance between those who feel like they're underperforming or overperforming. So it wasn't being adjusted for that, and that can be tough. That's what CEOs, or that's what high executives are, like HR, like the higher organization skills are supposed to take a look at. It's how you manage your contractors and manage your staff, right? Employees. If morale is overall declining, then it's a sinking ship. And what happens is, if you can see that as a sinking ship, oftentimes leaving before the ship sinks is kind of a selfish move. So I do concede that it's a very selfish move. I left when I didn't get dragged through the mud as much as it has already done, right? So when morale is low and a system clearly inherently does not improve the morale of people associated with it, leaving means that you become less associated with it when it's become that. Now, that's also a form of disloyalty as well, right? That means you jump ship. You can be also viewed as jumping ship before the going gets tough. So it would have been different, a much different story, because I can't predict the future. It would have been a much different story if Corwin told me, oh, Stream Raiders is doing better than ever. And then the people who jump ship have to reconcile that, oh, looks like I missed it, right? Like I was disloyal, I didn't believe in the project, and now it's $1 million. That's kind of like the same person who says, oh, I left, but now Amazon is $1 trillion, like a billion, multi-billion-dollar corporation. That's life. You take your risks and you cut your losses, right? And for myself, I typically avoid that. So for better or for worse. So you have to look at what you are potentially losing and also what you're not gaining. And gaining can be gaining a bad thing or a good thing. You have to understand that it's both gaining bad and good, or risking bad and good things. And for myself, I saw a sinking ship, but the people in it were pretty fantastic. The way Stream Raider works is more like everyone just still continues to do their business, but they become associated with that business structure. And it, to me, I didn't want to touch the business structure of it. Yeah, pretty interesting. I don't mind, by the way. This might be an imposter syndrome thing. I always feel like the people in my group does more than I do. That's my genuine feeling, because for me, when I work in a group, it feels like I just learn more than working by myself nowadays. I think there's not much. I get diminished return about learning things from myself nowadays, and maybe it comes with age, but without the input of other people and interacting with other people, I stagnate really quickly. So despite maybe like, say the group performed with an A, and say I did do a S plus, but I can't ever see myself doing an S plus without the group. Like if there wasn't a group to have this A, I wouldn't have improved to this. So like if I was to do this alone, it could have been like a B job if I did it alone. That's my mentality all the time nowadays. It's difficult for me to ever believe that I'm able to achieve something remarkable without interacting with other people. So with that in mind, regardless of how well I did, it's not possible without the group. When you're younger, it feels like younger, the mentality would be like, you're always an S plus. So whenever you enter a group, they will drag you down. And that's what that person that I was talking about, that I had a conflict of interest. That's what that mentality of that person is. They believe that they always are doing and running on all cylinders. Because they tell me they think they know when they're not doing a good job, but not one time did they give me an example in which the group helped them. So to me, saying one thing is different from showing that thing happening. So whenever they're in a group environment, they believe that they're being dragged down by the group. And that is the environment that I felt indirectly is what happens when you create that type of model when it comes to like organizing your stream, like your collaborations and stuff. If you make collaborators compete for your attention indirectly, your collaborators will unintentionally, possibly, or even intentionally cannibalize each other. So that model will defeat itself. The more successful certain collaborators become, the less and less collaborators you'll have, because they will represent the things. So every time someone tries to join your organization, they get kicked out by the ones that are benefiting the most. That's country club. That's the 1%, right? The high people get all the attention. Not that they don't deserve it. They probably do deserve it. But it also breeds being unwelcoming to everything else. And it constantly demands more and more. So in order to hang with the big boys, the entry point is going to be higher and higher. So the moment you're a streamer and you're asking, hey guys, do you want to join playing this game like Neverwinter, which is what I summarized yesterday, that's what's happening. The country club is so exclusive now, I can't really be part of it anymore. Like what I mean is, it's very hard to get someone to join in something I'm doing if the entry fee, the unintentional entry fee, is so high. Like, oh hey, you want to come and hang out with me? It'll only take like 500 hours and like 8 hours a day, and always getting up at a specific amount of time so you can like go raid and play. But yeah, you know, feel free. That would be absurd, like, to me. Like, you can't create rapport and instant empathy to the thing you're doing if your model is creating the biggest separation gap between people who are entering, you know, your entry level versus the top. There are some choice words for people who dislike what I'm describing now, but yes, there is an averaging effect, right? LMAO, want to hang out with me? It takes 500 hours. That moment when you don't know what you're getting into. Exactly. So there's got to be, and you don't have to change that part of it, but there are other ways to do a task that's unrelated, that promotes community, right? So a game can introduce those things in order to lean into the commitment. But when a game or organization stop promoting that type of thing, then the product is reaching its end cycle. That's what I usually think of. And that's what I talked about in Neverwinter. The product is reaching its end cycle because if they are consistently raising the gates, then they're happy with keeping what is working now. So all the people who are fed stay fed. But that also means the gates are closed. And that's kind of how I think about when I decide, okay, it's time. Like, it's time for me to leave. And I made this in another comment before when someone says, well, what happens when you enter like a partnership with someone? I think it was Procol. Maybe it was you, Jess. I don't know who mentioned this, but let's say hypothetically then, what about entering a business with someone and then that person throws you under a bus? Throws you under a bus because they want more. For me, where I am and how to be consistent with my perspective on internal competition is that I would be probably out the door the moment that happens, because that means it's self-sustainable. I no longer want any more of it. If it can go on without me, that's good, because I don't want the thing to demand more and more time of me. So I'd be happy to abdicate as a founder. Like if someone and I went into a business, we were ambitious, we had a lot of vision, that's great. But the moment someone says we need to do more beyond what I can do, I'm happy to leave and take whatever I've contributed that in that moment. Because my partner is expected to be independent then. They're throwing me on their bus because they know they can go solo. And that should be it. That's like, you can go solo, do it. Because I don't want to invest more and more time. Like, I don't want to meet you and be a competition with you. I prefer to just be your friend. So then we enter a non-competitive exit strategy where that person continues to maintain the business and I am a friend of that business model. So then I don't leave trails of bodies behind, right? Like I don't have to, I'm avoiding, but I'm also not throwing people under a bus in order to keep on stepping up. That's a young man's game or a young person's game, in my opinion. One thing you notice is that even if you're being productive, there are definitely times when you don't record it, like at times when you're not online. That's when I think that growth can happen if the digital recording doesn't record it. Interesting. That's an interesting thought. I did the opposite. I did a lot of things that I didn't record, and now I'm recording them because I already did them. If you know what I mean. So the stuff that I'm talking about, all these like anecdotes and these stories and stuff, these reflections and company thing, like the thing that I just talked about in Stream Raiders, I didn't talk about them until I'm ready to talk about them. So I already worked out my thoughts and stuff, and that's the growth that I went through. Now I'm using it retroactively. I explain things like when I was younger, how did I approach formal education, what is it like to grow up in a household using 2 languages. Those things I have already done, and now I'm recording them for posterity, for myself. And then getting a mix of, okay, what things can I do for recording, and then still do things in the background. So I still continue to do things in the background, like encourage others to play certain video games, talk about music. But most of that stuff still happens. So in the end of the day, I'm a both kind of guy. I'm a little greedy when it comes to what I can and cannot do. I want to do all of it. Some part of me wants to dabble in competition again, and I'm sorta, I'll talk about that in P5X tomorrow, but I'm sorta kind of doing that, but not without being non-competitive. So I mix my competitive stuff with my non-competitive stuff. And one of the most non-competitive things I can do is support other people. It's non-competitive. No matter how much I try, I won't be competing for someone's success if you're in a support role. Sometimes people try to make it about competition. Like, here's one that I've heard before, where someone got angry at another person because they couldn't be successful if it wasn't for the support of another person. That's creating competition despite the people involved wanting it to be non-competitive. And that's like a competitive person turning a non-competitive situation into a competition in order to create division between two people's relationships. And that sucks sometimes. Like, for example, relationships. It's a very classical one. Relationships. Someone's best friend, and then someone's best friend after they marry another person. So it's not about dividing and supporting, it's about who has more of that person's time. Right? When I see if one of my best friends get married, I see that they will have certain time management, so I wouldn't put the burden on them. I'm here to support them because I'm their friend. I'm not competing with them for their time against their significant others. And in a way, you could be a cold person and say, like, you're not gonna win. Don't try. It's like that's not it. I will still try to like contribute and support and be an awesome friend. It's always worth being supportive and being cool about your friend, despite what their circumstances are. Instead of doing the whole like it's not worth their time if they're just gonna go chill and prioritize another person. It's not a competition, or like you're trying not to make it a competition, right? And that's where you get that situation where either your significant other or your best friend is gonna give you an ultimatum, like, oh, do you care about her or him more than you care about me because you spend more time with them? At least I feel I do not have friends that would give you an ultimatum like that. You would create competition from a non-competitive process, right? That's one of the very common example that people will probably encounter, where if you have two good friends, there will be internal competition. Instead of celebrating all the times that you have, or you could collectively be together, there will be strife between who is more important. So that is a classical form of guilt and abuse. That is an abusive relationship, and it can be normalized completely. Like, what I mean is you could get so used to it that whoever is the abusive person can get the person who's being abused to do whatever, because they can guilt trip them in any way. Like, oh, so you're gonna go hang out with your friend instead of hanging out with me. That is a situation that happens in a business sense as well. When you realize that most people leave and say, I can't have this professional relationship anymore, I'm going to support another product or use another product that doesn't treat you like some sort of object or metric of investment, right? And then you start over. So one of the downsides is you have to start over with another person or another product or something, right? That relationship terminates, and that can be tough. But man, the moment I see a project that makes all their employees compete for the same thing is the most scary. It's a very scary thing that I do not want to be part of, because that means all your colleagues are your enemies too. They're your frenemies for the most part. Despite having such a positive on the surface, there are a lot of positive things. Under the hood, There's a lot of stewing things. You know. Crazy. And language learning is one of them. Especially Japanese language learning. I don't know. Well, I know where it's coming from. But at the same time, it requires someone with adequate influence and the collaboration of a lot of people to shift the perspective on that, where language learning somehow has become a competitive process, right? Oh yeah, you know, it took you 6 months to do this, you should feel bad, it took you so long, it only took me a month. Like, if you asked me like 18 years, you know, like 18 years ago, like 20 years ago when I head off to college, would the aspect of learning, the results of learning when it isn't graded or ranked, would it naturally become a competitive process? And of all the things that would cause this, it would be the internet. I would have said 50-50. But now knowing this is like, oh, in retrospect, I'm like, why didn't I see it coming? Nearly most things now are vocally minority driven, influenced competitive process. Like, there is competition to see who is more miserable in a conversation. Like, when you interact with an online stranger, when you say, oh, you're having a bad day, you can literally end up engaging in a conversation on who is more miserable. Like, that happens so much. Like, whataboutisms? You know, what about, like, someone would say, oh, you know, man, the egg prices are really high right now, and I am getting tough buying eggs. And then someone would say, well, what about all the people who can't afford eggs? Like, whataboutisms? The internet has provided so much information now. Information has been used, facts, quote unquote facts, have been used as a way to trivialize most things through competition, through comparison. So, oh hey, nice job on finally completing the exam, but that other guy already completed 4 levels of that exam in the same amount of time. What up? And you know, you can be very spiteful. The person who's receiving that news could be very spiteful. It's like, well, that other person isn't your friend, so are we friends, or do you want to go and be friends with that other person? That would be like the really shark way of responding to that person. Like, so you're telling me that I'm not impressive enough than that other person, so you just want to rain on my parade, and like, then the malice and the passive aggressiveness just goes around. And I think the digital, quote unquote, the post-internet age, certain information can be used and weaponized, or unintentionally weaponized. Unintentionally weaponized, that's kind of an oxymoron, I suppose. All right, anyways.
托
Cool. How does it work? Right in front, waiting for his merman boss. He comes out and he moons him. Got it. Wait. What is the vocabulary word though? Oh, to take off. Or take out, or take off. Y'all, what is that? We have, oh, what the, okay, go board. You're gonna have to help me with this. The game of Go, all right, was invented by China by a sage king, yes. But what does that look like, a Go board? It is said that the first version of the game has no pieces or board. Instead, the Go board was none other than the ground. Sure. It's and different colored lumps of soil. Okay, lots of soil, I see. Was used to represent the black or white pieces. Of course, hands were used to move the pieces around, but instead, of course, hands were not used to move the pieces around, but instead, each player should use their legs to move. Is that accurate? Is this the go? It's a Sage King. Oh, that's why they're connecting it with the Sage King. I see. Well, that's gonna be tough. So go board, huh? Okay. Well, it's more like a go, just go, right? Not go board. I'm just gonna write go in caps, or like the go game, because it's the whole idea of the mnemonic is that there isn't a board, so it's not a go board. It's just go. Go was none other than the, yeah. Instead the, yeah. I understand they're describing the go board. Go is good. The game of Go. Interesting. Very oddly specific.
烧
So you have Go with fire. Okay. Shrek is in front of the barn. Camping. What time is it? Shrek is in front of the barn. Camping out for the night. Okay. He plays a game on a Go board with Donkey. Donkey. Okay, in front of the big red barn while sitting in the mud. Sure. So he lights it on fire and burns it so that he can stay warm. The Go board? Wait, no, wait. It is digressional clock. Yeah, I'm gonna start early tomorrow and like circumvent something so we can cover P5X update tomorrow. So as long as I finish before midnight, got plenty of time. Digressional clock because today is a break day. I tell myself it's a break day because I will likely stream less time, but it's also break days are also days where I can double down on digressions. So whenever the opportunity strikes itself, it still might go longer. I'm not doing more rigorous things though. That's kind of where the energy balances out. Digression takes less stamina than doing the lessons. He plays a game on a Go board. Okay, so does he light the Go board on fire? Just cause should have done duo today. Don't even at me, okay? I actually was thinking of that. But then I would have to cover P5X tomorrow and possibly the day after. So then there would be one duo lesson dangling for if you know what I mean. So I did actually consider that because it was a short day today. This was going to be a short day today. So I was looking at what was my last duo thing. Was it a Spanish or a Japanese thing? I'm like 13 days out now, which now I have to consider the idea that maybe I have to change up the way I approach the duo stuff. Real talk though, real talk. You got me there. You got me there. I did consider it. So he likes it. So he lights it on fire and burns it so that the Go board. He even gets so close to fire that he burns himself a bit, turning that part of his green skin a dark burnt color. So is he talking about the mud? Is he lighting the mud on fire while sitting in the mud? So he lights it on fire. What is he lighting on fire? I don't. Guess you light the Go board on fire. But weren't they playing on it? Wait, is he lighting the barn on fire? Pronouns. This is what happens when you use pronouns. Like it. Look at this. Like he plays a game on a Go board, right? In front of a red barn while sitting in the mud. And then suddenly he lights it. There's so many things you can light on fire. So a lot of times people would default to the main subject of the previous clause. So that would be a game, but the game can't be lit on fire unless it's the Go board that is representing the game. So he lights the Go board on fire? It's fine. I think this is fine. Donkey would be pretty upset though. Alright, donkey, barn. There's nothing that really tells me about the barn other than they're sitting in front of the big red barn while sitting in the mud. Okay. Maybe some of the cows are spectating. I mean, I see the green skin and just okay. To have a fever. Is that head burn or give off burn? Oh, fa xiao. To give off burn. To have a fever. Yang xiao. Oh, does yang with the fire also mean hot? Interesting. Oh no, that's yang, not re. Interesting. More fire and trees? Fun xiao. Huh.
烧
Y'all. Oh, the burn was thrown in because he burnt himself as well. Okay. Alright, what was this? Go board.
烧 供求
I don't remember who was angry. Oh.
托 特权
特权
保密
Pretty I find it incredibly rewarding when things work, you know, like when memory works, despite having like long digressions and stuff. It feels great when you know that the ways you're encoding your information, like how your information, and then when you go and test that information, despite how long or how much time passed in the short term, you're able to recall the stuff. I don't know if I take it for granted. I try not to take this type of thing for granted, so I often smile and appreciate that I can still do these. And I hope that other people get a chance to be able to. Heck, that would be a great thing to take for granted, honestly, because on most of the time I hear people often are far more upset, or they underestimate their ability to remember things. And when I mean underestimate, I truly do mean that. Not because they're intentionally doing that. Like, what I mean, to clarify, there are people who underestimate how well their short-term and long-term memory could work, largely because it's tough to create the motivation and the practice to improve encoding. So instead, it's a lot less effort, in my opinion, or more convenient to find excuses to not work on it. Like, and that can be coming from many contributing places. Like, maybe there's not enough time, or the effort is a little too much. There's too many things straining the person already. However, practicing ways to learn better, right? Like, for you, like, I'm not talking about learning better compared to another person, but constantly being interested in figuring out and creatively encouraging yourself to quote unquote learn or acquire or retain in any of that step, the process of acquiring, learning, and applying like knowledge, is going to, in my opinion, unequivocally pay back consistently over the course of someone's life. And underestimating yourself because of your prior experiences is very disheartening to me. When someone goes and say, oh, I don't want to learn math, maybe they have to learn math, so things that they have to do, it's like, oh, I don't want to learn that, I just want to get by because it's not for me, it's too hard, there's no way to improve it, right? Or I'm so disinterested, I could care less about improving it. And my first thought is, it's a little bit disheartening, because if they have to do it, you might as well make it less crappy, less undesirable, by making it easier to do over time. But sometimes I feel 9 out of 10 times people can't be bothered by that anymore. They are no longer genuinely curious about what makes the task so egregiously hateful, disagreeable, to the point where even if you have to do it, it still doesn't force you to want to improve your situation. And I see that quite a lot in finances, or people who are in debt and like compulsive spending, instead of trying to like having people around that may encourage you, like, hey, you know, you could do this instead of that, and then try this out, and trying to not underestimate your capacity to better yourself in situations little by little, right? And then having supportive people around to point these things out. It's like, hey, you know, that's one less day of compulsive spending. What else can you do? Come on, let's see it. What else can you do? Let's try 2 days, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to learning a language, like tackling the odds of approaching learning another language, that's a very similar deficiency. My parents do it every day. When they ask me like something about a task that requires English, and they would literally say this instead. They say, well, we're not smart like you. You're smart, we're not smart. We don't want to spend time learning English anymore. It won't work. And yes, you might be saying, well, that's not true and stuff. Like, yeah, but my parents are also 60 plus, so we have to be respectful in the sense that they might be sufficient and content with their situation. So it's not my place, but it doesn't keep me from trying every once in a while. It's like, oh, well, you know. So my parents occasionally would ask me like, oh, how you say this or how you say that, and that's kind of how it works, right? Baby steps, despite however old you are and fucking ways. It's definitely genuinely disheartening when someone gives up, especially intellectually. They give up. Where, I hate doing taxes, but if you have to do taxes, how do I, if someone comes at me and says, I hate doing taxes, can you help me out? It's like, let's do it together. Let's find out if there's anything I'm currently doing that you can pick up And then you can use that as motivation to pick up and make taxes less and less frustrating year after year. I've gotten to the point where my taxes take like 10 minutes. So like, when someone says like, have you done your taxes yet? And I'm like, no. But they're like, aren't you gonna do your taxes soon? It's like, yeah, I will. And then when someone mentioned that, like, that very day I would sit down for 10 minutes and then the taxes, like, that's kind of the point, right? If you have to do taxes every year and it's a miserable slog, and every year you're gonna like go dig through your documents and like huff a puff and stuff, and then 30 minutes fly by, what can you do to lower that? Well, now I organize all my documents. They're already like filled in a way that I only look at the readout that I need to enter. So my workflow is already set for the taxes. And in fact, if you can automate it, which it is very possible to automate almost all of this stuff, then you can hit a green button. But hear me out. I kept it at like 10 or 15 minutes because I do want to review my taxes just in case there's like some sort of error or I screwed up something somewhere along the way. So I do spend most of my time is reviewing, making sure that it's correct. Other than that, the whole entering part and figuring out all the information, that's already there. So taxes are no longer like the bane of my existence, which it's still, interestingly, the bane of many other people's existence, right? And that creates a zenith, where it creates a core. It creates a core for everything that follows, right? Anything that deals with taxes tangentially, money, then becomes a negative sentiment. You can say like, oh, I don't have enough money to buy eggs because my taxes suck. So then it starts bleeding into everything else, right? You find ways to connect all the negativity. And I would love to spend most of my time, if there's anything I can do as a good friend, right, by demonstration, is that when someone is around me and they spend time with me, right, like what have you, I would try my hardest to indirectly encourage them in different ways to explore how things that normally does suck from time to time can suck less. It doesn't have to turn like from a negative to a positive. The idea is if you can consistently be a positive force, like a positive pushing force, encouraging people to make their lives suck less is probably one of the greatest gifts you can give to people you care about. Make their life suck less, right? So what's a great friend, in my opinion? A definition of a friend: someone who, when you spend time with them, your life sucks less. How, like, if I had to be reductive and use like a generality, I would say most of my friends make my life suck less. And I already have a fairly, I would say, tolerable lifestyle, right? A tolerable lifestyle with lots of happy dollars to be gained. But my friends just add more to it, right? When they come around, it's not an inconvenience to reschedule myself to meet a friend, right? But to others, it is, which is weird. Like, it sucks that you have to go drive 6 hours to pick up your friend at the airport because it's 6 hours of your time you didn't expect to use to pick up a friend. Like, if my friend asked me, like, oh, hey, no one's around right now to, like, and my car broke down, it's like, where are you at? I'll be there as quickly as I can be. And then let's just make an event out of it. Let's go, if we're already gonna drive 6 hours, we might as well just like pick up a stop along the way and have a good meal and sleep, and then arrange some stuff and then make a day of it, right? If you're having a sucky day, you call me and I make your day less sucky, right? That's kind of what you would ask for. And if their day is less sucky, then your day becomes less sucky. That's 6 hours well worth it. It's 6 hours well spent. If someone is miserable and you can make it less miserable, time well spent. So, in my opinion, if you can do that for somebody else, you're most definitely going to be able to do it for yourself. But nowadays, a lot of people can't do the first thing, and then they often engage in the second thing. And that's where it goes to that long digression about if you do not have enough self-love and you can't help yourself, oftentimes, yes, if you're at your wit's end, helping others may provide inspiration for yourself. But in most cases, like over 50%, if someone is struggling already with themselves, it's very unlikely that when they go to help someone else, it will improve their situation. It may make them feel momentarily well about themselves, but it's also continuing to expend their energy, pull them even harder, stretch them even thinner. And that leads to specific it correlates with specific behavior where if someone is in need of something and they're struggling and they go to help someone else, oftentimes, whether it's intentional or not, they would expect something back because they are also desperate for need. So that can lead to fruitful things. However, it is even less likely because when someone's helping another person who needs help, the person that needs help is less likely to reciprocate because they need help. So it's a very vicious cycle. It's a low success rate. What often you want in a situation, a lot of times, is someone who is already very comfortable and they are able to help others because they can help themselves, and therefore it's a one-way exchange. The person that can help themselves would be more inclined to give open generosity to someone who needs help, and then they wouldn't have to return the help, right? Because that person doesn't need it anymore. So nowadays, in a world that everyone seems to be so strapped and stretched out thin, yes, that would seem like helping others can help others to help others, right? That is that's more like an ultimatum. It's like a bottom line thing. Those who have a lot, who are more interested in helping others because they're very comfortable, are goated in the sense that it doesn't come with attachments. So I like to think that most of the time I behave like that. I don't behave in a way that gives people the impression like, oh, you have to come back, or you have to say thank you, or you have to be so worried about whatever you say. It's like it's not on you. Like, if you're interacting with someone who's voluntarily, freely offering their time, it's freely given. It's very appropriate. Like, I really appreciate it most of the time when people feel bad or something like that. But whenever I hear someone say like, oh, I'm sorry to waste your time, it's like, it's my time to give. There's no time wasted, right? Otherwise I wouldn't be streaming. But that's not, I totally agree where that's coming from, because that would be a normal expectation. I like to dispel that expectation right away. I didn't stream because I need to stream. I don't stream because I need something to happen in the stream. I stream because I'm kind of curious if what I'm doing can invest forward in other people, right? It's a neat social experiment, and I'm willing to dedicate the rest of my life to doing it. Other things could change. Again, I'm contemplating about working again and maybe contributing to the early establishments of a business, and then doing the thing that someone else kind of challenged me in thinking about, which is to collaborate with someone, get the business up and running, and then just leave after establishing that the business is up and going. I kind of like that idea, so I'm thinking about ways to turning that into like a consultation or something. But I'm looking into like how paperwork works for that, like how liability happens. it kind of spawned from all the times that I had to reject. Not allowed. You're the only stimulating conversation you have to look forward to. Like, I think 2 days ago I was talking about the artist thing, where since I started streaming, the most common thing that I've seen are like random artists, like new artists who would spam anyone. Like they would go down to the list of mutual servers, and then I would ask them stuff. Yes, it is my prerogative to turn those people away, right? But it could also be my job to maybe turn their approach into something different. And since the opportunity already presents itself, I often think, how can I get certified in order to like return the favor? And what I mean by the favor is seeing if we can collaboratively do something, right? It's an opportunity. If I keep getting approached by people who keep saying that they're desperate and their artwork is how they meet ends meet and how they are dependent on it, when I don't necessarily believe that is the reality, how can I do that professionally, or like in a manner that, since it's already happening, again, I'm going off that theme, if it's going to happen anyways, how could I leverage that opportunity? So I was looking into how people negotiate these things, because while I know that I can reject people's solicitations, but how could I make it so that it feels less disheartening for myself, knowing that I'm rejecting the person's offer because of my own personal preferences, and turn it into something where, no, but I can help this person, right? Like, and not in the sense that I'm helping them because they asked in that way, but they asked for help, but they're asking it in a different way that I can't meet. Like, I can't throw money at them. I don't have that type of money. But how can I convert this opportunity to allow them to get money elsewhere? So that's what I was thinking of the whole time. Usually I'm pretty solid when it comes to things that I invest time in. So when someone says, oh, how do I get this information at a regular time and stuff, it's like, oh, do I have some references for you? You know, the middleman, right? And I personally, this is a personal ethics for me. When you act like the middleman, you charge as little as possible to maintain your lifestyle. I don't believe that middlemen, I don't like to be seen as mediators and middlemen, like individuals, intermediaries, tend to have a very, very stigmatized and adequately stigmatized role of taking advantage. 日本人ですか？いえ。中国人です。ラカ。or アメリカ人。or mostly I'm Chinese American. 我的父母是中文。what you call it? How does that work? My parents, they're Chinese, and I speak English. Most of the time, we're learning Chinese right now, but we're working on it. We're working on our Japanese. 日本語を勉強する。勉強しました。How long has it been? 1年 Do we do 1年 ?1年と3 Sankatsu? Ne? Oh, sorry to change the subject back, but I just remembered that you think it was episode 9 where Jane tells Lisbon exactly what he plans to do to... Oh, yeah. What do you think of the perspective versus Lisbon's perspective? Oh, like to take Red John out. I think Lisbon is a great yin to, or yin to John's yang. Watashi ne? How does that work? Interesting. Yes. Watashi wa? Oh, is that how that works? Huh. Fair enough. The ego? Ego hanashimashita ka? Ne? Guess that works. Right? Do you speak English at all? Or write English? My Japanese is pretty limited. Okay. What do I think about his perspective versus Lisbon? Oh, are you talking about Cho? Or wait, Lisbon. Oh no, Lisbon versus his perspective versus Lisbon. It's vengeful. So that's one of the things that remind me that Jane is still traumatized, while Lisbon is the third party in this, right? Despite Lisbon also losing her immediate family, right? Like they mentioned that Lisbon had a parental that was a victim of drunk driving, right? In one of the other episodes, where it's funny because it was Grace again talking too much, like overextending, and assuming that Lisbon would have problems with that case of the drunk driver, because Lisbon's family member was a victim of drunk driving, which I don't know if that's related to Grace's thing, but that's besides the point. Yeah, it's one of those things, like one is of compassion, or it's a good duality, is what I would think about both their perspectives. But one clearly is a place of traumatized. And how long have I been live on YouTube? Like live streaming? I've been live streaming, or are you talking about today's session? It's been 4.5 hours, but we've been on YouTube. Whatever the number is at the end of the stream is how long? 624 days. It's been 624 days since I've quote unquote gone live on YouTube. But today, right now, this moment, it's 4.5 hours. I'm talking to someone on Twitch right now. People have different preferences on the way they communicate. So if it looks like I'm talking to someone else or reading someone else, it's because there's someone else. So sometimes I am talking to myself or just monologuing. All right, let's get on the wall. Just how serious he was with I'm gonna cut him open and watch him die slowly like he did with my wife and child kind of caught you off guard when you were first watching. Yeah, that's where I thought You know, earlier, Bree, when you said that he might be growing, that's when I thought the show is constantly showing that he's deteriorating. But in order to reconcile, maybe he grew and it's still better than he was before. But a lot of the show's elements are demonstrating that Jane is worse off, that like in many respects, than he is. And that's one of the examples. He has a vengeful streak. So that's kind of, but since I don't know what happens in the rest of the season, in the early days, it's communicating to me that they are trying to tell the audience that he is actually worse off after his death than after like his wife and Kyle's death than he was before. He just happens to be ignorant before of the consequences of his things. That part might have some growth, but it's more avoidant. So when a character is portrayed as being avoidant, most things would say it's worsened, not improve. So he doesn't speak about any of it most of the time, right? Every opportunity, at least up to episode 13, most opportunities were denied. He was avoiding, he was obfuscating, and various characters implied that and challenged him like you're diverting. Especially even the guilty like psychologist that he was talking to noticed that, despite him being guilty and like it was a double man because he was the culprit, he was also a person who was rationalizing. But that was like the doctor who believed the greater good situation, and even the doctor with the greater good situation can see the flaw in his avoidant behavior. And then the psychologist did the same, the channeler did the same, and he's avoidant. So typically when people are avoidant, the trauma festers. It becomes more likely to develop into a situation that is much worse than pre-trauma. I still like your impression though. I still like your interpretation of maybe specific areas become more appreciative. But to me, sometimes you could see it as he's good with children because he's avoiding believing that his daughter is gone. So that could be coping, not being better at with children, just coping. He's coping with a lingering memory that he doesn't want to acknowledge or accept. So he maybe have failed to go through the stages of grief. And that often leads to a self-destructive nature, a distancing effect, right? Jane is being presented as a distancing person. He always keeps people at a distance. When someone gets closer, he would use humor to deflect. And when there is some semblance of joy that he has, he would distance himself from it. He would always be in a situation in which he gives away the kindness, the act of kindness. And that happens very rigorously with people who are compulsively kind, but ignorant and completely avoidant of their own problems. A kind people, which is what Jane, the character in the character Mentalist. Sorry, I wanted to clarify for Raka if they're interested. This character is constantly depicted as a kind person, but people who are compulsively kind naturally, despite trauma and stuff, they tend to circumvent all of their own problems in order to cope by avoiding it entirely. So he might be great at handling other people's children because that's a way to keep his mind off of his own problems. So he could be terrible at whatever he's handling. And in my opinion, when he said that aggressive line, that's what they're trying to illustrate. I'm not sure. It was very extreme though. It was still quite extreme. Very vivid, right? It's like Sherlock. Sherlock keeps himself busy but he never looks inward most of the time, if you know what I mean. Like he occupies his mind, but it's never inward. Monk does the same thing. Monk addresses everything around him, but it takes him like 8 billion years to even take the support of someone and really come to terms with what he lost, right? It's the whole cat and mouse game where you continue to chase the thing. Red John is Monk's, I forgot what the character is. The character, like the person, you know, the car person, you know, the car bomber person, right? I'm trying to be careful because these phrases can be taken out of context, but the person who destroyed his life, they continue to be the cat and mouse. So he like fixated on it. And a lot of times trauma can be the greatest source of productivity, but it doesn't necessarily contribute to the healing of a person. Actually, there's quite a lot of shows that when that acceptance happens, that person becomes less productive. I don't know which show I'm thinking of, but when you channel trauma, right, when you're using all your efforts to avoid tackling something that's equally as hard to tackle, that ability, actually Monk has a couple episodes on that, where he lost his mojo because he found solace, right? Because there was an episode where he it was the twin thing, you know, someone that looked like his wife, right? And when he finally had that, he lost his mojo. He stopped being attentive and he started healing. So the source of his high acuity and observational skills was because of the trauma. The trauma led him to doing that, and it was very difficult to leverage his skills while not feeling that trauma anymore. But it is possible to like do both, but it takes time. The Mentalist, I thought, was also illustrating that point, where his heightened manipulative nature and his like humor and distinct facetiousness and cleverness is also reciprocated in how strong that trauma still exists. And that's a great way to illustrate something that actually does happen quite a bit. Maybe not necessarily in the case of murders, but maybe a lost loved one. Grief is a very, very strong motivator in both avoidant behavior and source of adversity. I would say that you can equally be as powerful overcoming that adversity, which takes time, and it takes a long time in the scope of a show to become even stronger than that. But at the time, if you're avoidant of a trauma, you immediately also gain productivity in the sense of trying to avoid the trauma. So you work really, really hard immediately avoiding something. If you can overcome the thing that makes you that productive already, you will become even stronger, but that goes through a phase of being non-productive, right? Grief takes time. It makes you less productive when you're investing time in that, but when you come out at the end, that's where that cliche comes from. You become stronger than the thing you've overcome. So if you're already avoiding it like the plague, and it makes like Jane, that super powerful guy, vengeful even guy, imagine how powerful he is when he overcomes that trauma. But it takes time, because in the interim, the moment he addresses that trauma, all his energy is gone. So he can no longer do other things. He must double down on the thing he's avoiding. So that's kind of like a psychologist's way of saying, when you overcome your adversity, you own it, you control your adversity, it will become the source of your superpower. But in the meantime, when you do it, it sucks all of your life energy away from you. You can also choose to avoid it for the rest of your life, and spend all of that energy and channeling it somewhere else, and actively avoiding it can actually lead to productivity gains somewhere else. That is possible for a while, until maybe inevitably comes out again, and that instability creates a huge repulsive, like explosive release of whatever that's being avoided. So that's my thoughts when he said he was going to cut him up open and watch him die slowly. That's my rationale for why they included that. It's to demonstrate how bad the trauma was, and that it explains how his acuity and his manipulative nature and stuff is also in line with how terrifying the trauma is. Yeah, at least that's my thought. I don't see it in other people, like in IRL, but I do see it in like a small form, because trauma comes in different shapes, right? Sometimes the most common type of trauma that I seen firsthand is abandonment and rejection. Fear of abandonment and rejection are the most common forms that I interact with IRL. And that's not because like I have patience or anything. I don't work as a professional. I'm talking about like I see the abandonment and the rejection, but it's not my place. I typically share my thoughts, and maybe those things by sharing kind of subsides or encourages other people to fear of rejection, abandonment, and failure, right? Future failure. Those are a lot of times they're harmless, or I don't see it as harmless. However, the people I interact with don't see them as priorities, right? And I respect people's, or I try to respect people's spaces. If they're not my close friends, I don't typically try to do anything about it. And it's your prerogative. Those are your liberties and your rights to take care of that. But at the same time, episode 10, when he admits to Lisbon that he had a breakdown and that therapist really helped him. Yeah, the old therapist one. It's interesting to hear he went through that one episode after the red. Yes, right after the red John. It makes you question how much she really could have given him. Exactly. So whenever you mention, right, Brie, when you mention he might have grown, I think the show, at least season 1, went in a route that demonstrate that he didn't grow at all. He's actually getting worse. Like most of the things that might have helped turned out to be less effective. Like it's like giving you a tone where it downplays any possible growth that he might have had since watching the show, like since where you picked up in his life. So it might be a little confusion, like you might have to consider the idea that maybe they had two different ideas going and one won out with the other. So we have to keep in mind that this is still a work of fiction, and writers can have conflicting ideas. But that is exactly what I was going to refer to. That's why I thought your take on it was very auspicious. So what that tells me is later down the road, the show took a different spin. You know what I mean? Like, you have more exposure to mentalists than I do. So when you spin something a little bit more positive in contrast to my perspective after 13 episodes, it makes me think that they possibly ended up going the growth route. If it was like an episode of Sherlock, he is going to spiral. He's going to spiral really far. Or if you're thinking Breaking Bad, he's not coming back. You know what is an interesting show that you might not, I'm not sure if you've seen? Dexter. Dexter would be a great example. I think if Simon is Simon's character, right? If Simon's character goes the route of like devastation, Dexter, that's a great one. I don't know if you've seen like the OG Dexter. They recently reboot Dexter with a prequel series called New Blood or something, which was not as great, but that's one of the shows where they don't see the person as healing. The person is deteriorating into madness because they're so well adjusted at avoiding the situation, as opposed to you've watched the original Dexter but only season 1. Woo, you didn't get far enough to season 4. Oh boy howdy. That's probably spoilers in the sense that it doesn't get better like for the character, but the show gets better. The show gets wild, but it might be a Breaking Bad situation. Knowing how you said you stopped watching Breaking Bad near the end, Dexter does very similar progressions where it's the outcome that you expect oftentimes realistically from someone who constantly avoids something. They avoid accepting, like for example, Breaking Bad, Walter White, it was fueled by his acceptance of his cancer, right? But it's more like a refusal of his cancer, like a rebellious cancer phase. And then, that's how it all started. So it's one of those things. And Dexter clearly is something about that too. And having watched The Mentalist, it's kind of funny. Dexter is like the opposite, but also the same. Simon's character is very much like I forgot Dexter. Is it just his name? I don't remember the full name of Dexter's character. Morgan, right? Dexter Morgan. Yeah, Michael Hall's character. Simon's character and Michael's characters are very similar right now, like how they set them up. Where the show goes can be divisive, like it can be like it can separate where they decide to go. Does the character undergo redemption and reform, or do they spiral into chaos, right? Webs become two webs, become unmanageable amount of webs, and you enter an end game. And Walter White is one of those characters. Endgame. I'll let you figure out. I won't tell you what, like, I won't spoil anything about the tone of the Americans. Like, did the Americans end up deciding to choose an endgame or not scenario? Cool. Okay, let's get back. Digression hour. Okay, Cooper Trooper. Oh no, Koopa is pretty weak. Okay, Cooper Trooper is in the bathroom of the office door, wearing a suit and tie. Yeah, he's in the office building, taking a bathroom break. There's a sign on the mirror that says all employees must wash their fingers, right, before returning to work. Sure. He does so and is about to leave, and the supervisor says that fingers also includes the one in the mouth. The tongue? Okay, that's a bit of a stretch. Koopa goes and puts soap water in his mouth to comply. Okay, that's not that great. How do I do this? I think I can make this a little bit joking. It's also interesting because it's clear that he does put a lot of trust in Lisbon. You don't feel like in a million years he would have opened up and told anyone else about his breakdown. He likes to project this know-it-all, almost overconfidence, but with her, he almost come across as vulnerable in some situations. Yeah, I think that's a excellent point. It's to demonstrate that how close they are, right? They are with each other. And that could also feed into why he told her his intent, right? Now, hear me out though. again, the show is very, it's a dramedy, right? It's a dramedy. If Lisbon heard that there is a high chance he would still that she would incarcerate him for the betterment of friendship, like, you know, as a responsibility situation. But Lisbon is a character that is a little bit more of a, it's a little, she's a little less consistent with her position as like her background character, like her history and her background, because that would raise a lot of red flags, and not in the sense of an incompassionate red flag, more like, oh, act like the characters in House. that situation, like, are you sure you're okay situation, you know. Let's just gloss over that. Cause she's like, I understand. All right, moving right along now. That's how that episode played out. We're like, oh, okay, well, let's just focus on the task at hand. It's fine. It's fine that you mentioned that. We'll just worry about that later. It didn't happen literally like that, but one would be a little bit have some more reservations than the situation that unfolded after. How do I redo this? So if I redo this, I'm gonna say there is a sign on the mirror. Okay, this is like a creature office, right? Because Koopa Troopas are part of like the Mario mythos, right? The Mario mythos. So we have animals. So we have to imagine the sign saying, please make sure to wash your fingers and not with your tongue. Your washing with your tongue doesn't count. So then the Koopa Trooper did just that. Although Koopas are turtles, but we'll just make it like it's a cat thing, right? So he does so, and he leaves, right? He leaves, and that's just it. It must include. Oh wait, also includes the. That doesn't help with include, huh? That doesn't help. Maybe. Ugh. I don't know. How do you get include into this? In your mouth with soapy water. We'll just stick with this. I can't think of. I don't want to think. I think we have to keep moving. Now, getting close to midnight. Let's see. I still don't have Gao. Oh wait, I do. Approximate include. Summarize. Yes. Gao is one of the weaker ones. Gao. Wo. Package to include. Interesting. The package got lost in it. Parenthesis. Hmm.
或
Whoa.
为
This one's gonna be a little problem. Way to call. Interesting. Instead of 打电话. What type of call? Is it like a phone call? Probably not, right? Maybe to call out. Walter White is in the bathroom of the beach house. Oh, and it lines up with way, as in hello. By the bay, where there is a sandy... Okay. Where there's a sandy rice field growing in the bathtub. Okay. He wears a bathing suit. Inside is a talking moon. Oh no, that wears sunshades and keeps on calling Walter various words like a useless drug dealer. Walter hates being called that and starts hitting the moon for calling him that, shooting words of insult back at it. Okay, this is... We're just gonna say he's under the influence of hallucinogens, right? For this one. That's kind of like the crutch for most of Walter White's mnemonics. So how does this work? We have Sandy. In that situation, you felt like she was thinking, I said my piece now, let's worry about this when the situation arises. I already have enough on your plate. You can't deal with this right this second. I wouldn't say that because then he wouldn't reveal it. Or at least it would be uncharacteristic of Jane to reveal that to her at the moment. Because we also have to keep in mind that he understands how much she can handle. But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it was a lapse of judgment on his part. It's a lapse of judgment on both of their parts, I suppose. I think that's explaining something that I did not get that impression. She was in control of the situation. Wait, Walter White is in the... Or I was given the impression that she was. That's why she could... Jane decided to share that information. He's a very calculating character. And she is potentially equally a calculating character. Or you would like them to be mutually calculating. Okay, so you just have to picture Walter White in a rice paddy bathtub. Oh my gosh. It's gonna be wild. It's calling the moon bad things and the moon's calling... Okay. Because he's... Okay. I got it. To be indifferent. 无所谓 nothing so to call. Oh, nothing place to call. 无所谓. Oh yeah, 无所谓. I mean, we just know 无所谓. Don't care. Yeah. 何谓 what is? Interesting. 何谓 what is? What?
Wei.
I don't know about this one. This one's gonna be tough.
绿
Li. Under. It's another tiger. This time thought underneath. Or breath. Thought. No, breath is... something else. White? Or... Okay. Louis is in the bathroom of the house, right? Pondering how he ended up in such a shoddy house. Interesting. As he sits on the toilet, next to him is his pet royal tiger. Okay, fair enough. Louis the 14th takes out a heart and tosses it out the window into the rice paddy below. and his tiger runs out to go find and eat it. Louis XIV then ponders why he has a raw heart in his pocket to begin with. Ugh. I think it's more okay. So, right, Louis is in the bathroom of the house, and he's pondering, how to take care, how to take care of his pet royal tiger. So he thought perhaps feeding the royal tiger hearts would be something. So he takes. I don't know why he has hearts though. I guess, like, take out hearts, toss it out the window, which happens to be in the rice paddy below. That's suggesting that the bathroom is on a higher floor. Interesting enough, the tiger just doesn't jump out the window, but hey. Alright, there's a lot of weirdness going on here. I don't know. So, some of these are tough. We'll just take them as their weirdness is for now. Ponder and to test. Khao Li. Anxious. Y'all, how does that work? Carefree. Oh. Not enough. We have Lu, which makes, and then Wu, double Wu. Wu yo Wu yo Wu yo Wu Li Wu Li Wu yo Wu Li. Yeah, I don't have a yo in that particular yo. Okay, I think we're just gonna, yeah, we have to take it. 4. Oh, a thorn? Okay, I see the tree and a owl. No, you mean like she can't exactly do anything right that moment anyways, except maybe commit him to a hospital or something. So maybe it wasn't that she couldn't deal with it. Maybe she just didn't want to think about it past that initial. Because I truly wonder if she even believed in that moment that he was actually capable of murder. Episode 17 had one specific that talks about their trust for each other, so maybe I'm just thinking too far ahead than you've been able to watch. That's fair. So my only counter to that is I think she can, and she could have, and she wanted to, because she could have stopped him from doing everything that comes after. In fact, in that same episode, she had an I told you so moment, and despite that, she allowed him. Pretty sure it was that episode. Like, I'm gonna tell you this, but I'm just gonna tell you because I told you so later, for later. So it was her being compliant. She was, I think Jane might have told her because he already knew how she was gonna react. And I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced that he was just being vulnerable there. Or it could be a calculated move. It's very tough to know with Jane's character. Or you could also make an argument that Jane knew that she didn't want to think about it past that initial conversation, and that's when he did it. That's why he did it. To move her to being reluctant. I think it was pushing her to the point where she didn't want to do it. So he shared that moment so that she didn't want to think about it. But she could. So many different ways to look at it, I suppose. I think there's a lot of supposition here. But ultimately, what is most consistent is that she can't say no to Jane, and Jane can do whatever he does for his own purpose. I think that's the most consistent thing. So I think she wanted to stop him, but she didn't. Because Jane is the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat. If I had to make it more consistent with the show. Up to this point. Imagine trying to climb a tree that is covered with thorns. Okay. The easiest way is, strap a bunch of towels. Yeah, that's fair. Is it a thorn, though? True, I don't think he was necessarily being vulnerable when telling her about Red John, but I do think he might have been when he was telling her about his breakdown. I don't think so either in that case. Yeah, she just caves. It's pretty easy with him, it seems. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I'm convinced that way too. He was providing an excuse to deflect his relationship with the psychologist. You could also see it that way too. If you want someone to view someone as an important figure, you would share something about the past and their relationship with themselves. So the scene before that, she was talking about like, oh, who is this psychologist? Like, why is this a person? He could adequately share something in that way to make the psychologist be a very important person, which gets her to back down. Again. I'm being devil's advocate here, but if we were prescribing how strong he is, right? Like to reconcile all his like extreme behaviors that makes him a calculating person, then most of his moves would be in line to making her back down. Because obviously, in my opinion, if Lisbon is law enforcement, right? She would remove a conflict of interest. You're too close. Jane is too close to a potential suspect or potential lead. So a lot of other like cop dramas would immediately, the person who's in charge of the force would try to separate the two and say that you're too close to this, and you would get someone else to investigate and question the psychiatrist, because there's a previous relationship between the person who's conducting the investigation and the person of interest. Person of interest should often not be associated with the person doing the investigation. But I think that's beyond the scope of the show. So I don't know if that's a potential thing that they were trying to excuse. But it would be a great manipulation tool to make her cave to allowing him to interact with the psychiatrist. Because Lisbon is kind of an emotional pushover. She is a punching bag. She rolls over. So I don't know. You could make an argument that she rolls over because Jane punches really hard. Like Jane really goes hard on her, right? So you could see her as, no, she doesn't. She's actually doesn't roll over very easily. It's just that Jane really knocks, like, you know, the other players, like the other colleagues can't push her around. She's the one in the driver's seat. So she she can motivate other people, but she's kind of easy to push over too. Like the most recent episode, the colleagues were able to get her to say like, we want to help Jane, and then she just rolls over as well. So I would say I pretty much agree that if she's easy to roll over, then it would give Jane the reason to be vulnerable. Like, he didn't have to be that extreme to get her to roll over. So then it would line up with what you expect. what you're saying, where he's showing that he's vulnerable because he can be, because there's no other motivation for him to be so aggressive. But using your past trauma and whatnot in order to get what you want is a very effective strategy to get someone to do what you want in a cold way, of course. I don't think the show paints Jane as a cold person, considering like all the acts of generosity he has. He might be cold about his own affairs though.
4
Thorn with the saber. Casper is locked in the bathroom of the house. Okay. Trying to hide from the kids who are attacking him with thorns and sabers as equipment. Yeah. Okay. They finally break down the door and one of the kids throw a thorn at him, which goes right through his ghost body. Yeah, that's fair enough. But why the bathroom? How do we... I guess they were chasing and it's natural to lock into the corner of the bathroom. Okay. It could have been the basement. Could have been a lot of places. But basement would be another one. Basement and bathroom. I have to place him in the bathroom. How do I place him in the bathroom? I think this is fine for now. Think about it later. If it becomes a problem. Thorn ears. Oh, like thorns in your ears? Harsh. Glaring. Thorn eye. That's funny. Thorn eye. To stimulate. I don't have anything right. Embroidery. What is that character? It's cool looking. A waiter and a waitress with a cross in between them. Interesting.
4
True, I don't doubt he was providing an excuse, but I do think that if he didn't trust her, he wouldn't have necessarily shared. I can kind of see that. He just seems to keep a lot of things private. I feel like he could have manipulated her with something other than the truth, but he chose the truth because he trusts in her, but maybe I'm just being too optimistic. It's hard like, again, you're watching it with the full knowledge of the show, but from my perspective, he's only saying that thing in which you don't know if it's true or not. All the things he said you don't know if it's true or not at this point in the show. So like even the idea of him wanting to unalive that guy, you don't know if it's true. He might be bombastic for the reason of getting her to relent. And you might not know if he actually broke down or not. It's not clear, and it didn't show that he broke down either. So when they come back together, it was not mentioned anywhere. I'm not sure if that's a confirmation or not. Something very the very nature of Jane's character makes it sound like he could say anything, right? That's I know why Lisbon is an interesting character, because Lisbon knows the nature of this person's work and personality, and yet she trusts him, but I don't think he trusts anyone. But you might have to like infer it that, oh, okay, they trust each other. But I don't think he trusts her entirely. There are evidence in which he does trust her, but not in those situations. I don't think those are the situations. So one that I would say that elicits his trust is when he said uh, he quits the unit, and he like glances at her and tells her something, which cued her to being resistant, which led to the whole Red John thing. So he trusts her that she would follow suit. But then later down the line, there was a scene where he says thank you to her, as though he was he was somewhat surprised that she went after him anyways. So the reason there are more reasons that he doesn't trust her than he trusts her. Actually, most of the time, his actions are done without her oversight. And he often is always portrayed as knowing more than her and being better than her. So there is that level of trust, but maybe you're talking about trust in an emotional sense, and they can be separate things. Right? For a character, they can be separate things where he trusts her emotionally, but he doesn't trust her any other way. Like Sherlock doesn't trust Dr. Watson with anything outside of maybe the emotional stability. It takes him a very long time, despite sharing very personal things with him. Right? Someone who's manipulative and avoidant can leverage things without necessarily having to be trustworthy, as long as it meets his ends. So, depending on which narrative you take, if you think he's telling the truth with sharing those personal things, then he could be lying or manipulative with everything else. So those things might be a means to an end. Extreme things breed extreme measures. It's kind of like being a lot of times people are surprised when the a person who would do anything to get their means would go to extreme lengths to do it. Right? And in this case, if we were to accept the premise that he was sharing the truth, then it would also be acceptable that he would do anything to manipulate her, as well as taking advantage of her trust. Now, that might not be where the show goes, but if we were trying to make things concordant, I think it's even arguably just as likely, if not more, that if it's true that he shares that type of violent obsession with his wrongdoer, he would go to any lengths to achieve it. And that is also being distrusting of of Lisbon, because she would get in the way. A reckless abandon, kind of like how Sherlock throws, eventually crosses the line and throws Dr. Watson under the bus enough times that he ends up going on a road to redemption to finally, over time, apologize for his consequences, because it's all for the game. It's all for the obsession. Right? Or alternatively, he was lying about how much he wants to take out Red John in order to move her to do something. So it's a little lighthearted. Maybe he wasn't having that intent. It was used to move her to do things. Then he's more calculating and grounded. I think extreme shares and tend to breed extreme behaviors. Not that I'm saying that's how the show is going to unfold, but if I were to make like a concordant behavior, you share very extreme things, and if those things are true, then they're more likely to go to extreme measures, and that involves manipulating and not trusting people around you because they wouldn't understand you. Like he would do anything to get his hands on Red John. That's also not willing. That's likely translate to not willing to trust in their partners because he doesn't accept help. He doesn't want help most of the time. One of the turning points that I thought that the showrunner would suggest that he is not that person is when he said thank you very early. He thanked Lisbon in that same episode at the end when he like screwed up, quote unquote screwed up. It was right after the scene that Cho said he screwed up. Or before. It was before when they like solved the case and then the guy got away and then that guy did not make it to the next episode. I don't remember this. They chased him to the bathroom. They threw thorns at him. And then what happened? Thorns and Saber. Oh, it's just thorns. Oh, right. Oh, thorns turned into thorns. Okay. This one stinks. Okay.
Wait.
Is it? Sort of. This one's kind of worse.
绿
Actually, there's at least one flashback scene that the episode of him in the mental hospital with the therapist introducing himself to him. Yeah. But that kind of confirms the breakdown in your opinion. That's just them meeting for the first time. So that was to parallel them meeting for the second time, or meeting after a long absence. I think it was to suggest that there is some romantic involvement between him and the attachment between him and her. Not necessarily the breakdown, but it was supposed to play into how they were a little bit attracted to each other, because there's even more scenes where it showed that they were, and then he finally, like, you know, pecked her on the lip, sort of, and then he deflected after Lisbon said like, oh well, that's okay if you kiss someone on the cheek or kiss, and then he said, oh well, it was just on the cheek but it was on the lips. Well, sort of, kind of weird like that. There was relational tension in that, so that's where I thought they were going, because they saw again and then they flashed the first time they met each other. Rarely nothing really dealing with the trauma he was overcoming. At least that's how I thought about it. It's kind of like meeting someone for the second time. Flashback to the first time. Maybe you had some romantic feelings for her, like love at first sight, or a situation there was a bit of a spark, and meeting the second time was like the first time they met. Okay. Sure. That kind of sucks too. What? What? Oh, I typed the
Cool.
wrong. That was a typo. All right. Before I start, we're what, 5 hours in? I gotta take a quick bathroom break. Please. I'll be right back. Possibly. I don't recall that at the moment. I think I recall a flashback where it just showed him in that room, and then that's it. I might have to that would not be the first time they met though. Right, that would be later. But I would have to look back on that episode. The one thing I would say is he would trust her more than he would trust Lisbon. So any type of motivation that he would talk about when trying to trust her would be less than the psychiatrist, in my opinion. Like, in order to be concordant with the stuff that he shares with Lisbon, if that is the case, then he would more likely be protecting his relationship between him and the psychiatrist at the expense of Lisbon than the other way around. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I think most of this wheel that you're saying is that I think he's telling her these things to demonstrate that there is a true weight to all of the things. But at the same time, he kept saying things to deflect, like, oh no, she's just a normal person, you know, she's not really a big a deal, but she is a big deal. So there's a bit of mixed messaging here. Like, is she a big deal or isn't she a big deal? And I think that's why you can have both the perspectives be true. I think he could be lying or could not be lying. I think that's the whole that is the intent by the showrunner. That you're always left second hand guessing what his motives are. And I like it. It's one of the aspects of having an intelligent character. Or like a, what I mean by an intelligent character, I mean a character that is struggling, right? And that's also why I enjoy, like earlier when I was talking about Daredevil and Batman and whatnot, it's difficult and unpredictable, right? Things are, you want to make sense of it, but perhaps it's the chaotic nature that they're trying to illustrate. Sometimes he are overprotective regardless of who it is. And it is the same show, right? It is Mentalist that mentioned that the scariest thing, actually it was Jane's character that said this, I'm pretty sure. Or it might be Lisbon. I forgot which one. But there was a comment like, oh, it was Jane. Because he met another person who's unstable, right? He was describing what they would do. And the scariest one is when you have someone like that. Oh, it was with the person who pretended to be developmentally challenged, but he spent the whole time putting on an act in order to commit arson, right? The scariest thing about individuals like Jane is that when you have a skill like that and you are traumatized, is what the damage they can do. And hear me out, that I've said this multiple times before, like on stream when I'm talking about the being a excellent conversationalist or someone who's emotionally intelligent and whatnot. A lot of times people who recognize how efficient or how skilled they are often also take into account the responsibilities and the dangers of it. You know, those who truly can become enlightened to their skills often also are able to appreciate the extent in which the skills can be abused. So for example, like a scientist discovering something that can produce infinite energy, which hasn't happened, by the way, but the whole idea is oftentimes those who are very skilled at what they do, they are also incredibly aware of how dangerous it can be, right? Because they're connected with human nature as well. So like they're often cultured enough to understand that. And that's kind of what I think the show is trying to tell you without being too serious about it. Like serious in the character, the main character thing. And I love things like that because there's a fine line between genius and insanity, right? You've heard that cliche before. There's a fine line between genius and insanity. The aptitude of a person can flutter back and forth dramatically. And one of the scariest things are someone who is traumatized and have not overcome and create stability and also wield a skill. I kind of like that attraction. I might be attracted to that because, like I was alluding to my comment that I made a lot of times, I often wonder, I do go to bed wondering this a lot of times. Over time, when I talk to people, like especially people who I don't know yet very well and whatnot, I often wonder how much of it is it that I'm manipulating the person, not intentionally, right? Manipulation wouldn't imply that it would be intentional, but the other word would be influence. How much of one's action is affecting the other action, and I take that very seriously. And I love when dramas and comedies and stuff feature someone who is incredibly powered, be it a superpower or a someone who's incredibly specialized or maybe like naturally gifted or something, and then you evaluate how interconnected this person's disposition or position is. It's not often viewed with one angle, like, oh, I would love to have super speed. Like, okay, but what happens when everyone knows you have super speed? Do you hide it? Superhero problems, right? But what happens? And then you have the boys, the show The Boys, to contrast like any of the MCU things. Look at The Boys. That's a very possibility. That's a very strong possibility. I mean, that theme does get highlighted in Marvel sometimes, like super soldiers, for example. The idea, the ramifications and the lighthearted geopolitics involved in super soldiers. That was in Thunderbolts actually, because two of the characters are super soldiers, or actually three. There are different versions of super soldiers. Actually, all five of them technically. I think that's the point. I think one is a little loose, but all five members of the Thunderbolts are kind of like failed engineered soldiers, and the ramifications is what they were evaluating. So I kind of liked Thunderbolts because they were looking at the damages, the mental health, and the challenges that are happening, and it can go awry because you have so much power, and trying to control that is like Lisbon trying to control Jane. I know you you probably haven't seen Thunderbolts, but what's her name? Well, oh man, she made such a big deal about her name too. But that character tried to control something with more power. So she tried to control him by manipulating him mentally, right? Grooming him basically for like domination. But the moment that unstable person recognized that they have power over the other person, they stopped listening to them. The darker side of things. That person is actually bipolar. It's a bipolar superhero, so that's an interesting take. Moon Knight is also a bipolar superhero. It's in like exaggerated metaphorical way, or way to represent what it's like to have a personality that is extreme, right? On the one hand, the alternative, it's more like multi-personality disorder is the closer representation of what's going on there. But the more realistic version is seeing how someone, if they think extreme at the one end, they also think extreme at the other end, right? Because a stable person would be able to rationalize the two. So if you're really desperately traumatized, you can also make it seem like it's normal to share vulnerable things in order to justify achieving the extreme thing. So either Jane is very vengeful, so he would tell people things in order to gain trust to get that one thing he really likes, or he's lying about it, or he's like using it in a less serious way in order to demonstrate trust because he's actually okay. So which is it? You have like in the first season, you have ample reason to believe maybe he's doing okay and he's getting better. And then suddenly you have many examples where no, he's not doing okay. He's getting worse. And that's fine. Another show would be like Mr. Robot or something. Like somewhere along the line, like, oh, he's gonna be okay. No, he's not gonna be okay. It's like Walter White. Oh, he's gonna turn over. No, he's not. He's gone off the rails. Oh yeah, that episode, the switch from mentally challenged was so jarring the first time you watch. I was not. Yeah, you were not expecting it for sure. Yeah, it's those are my nightmare scenarios. That up and down feeling doesn't really go away in the later. Yeah, and I think that creates tension. So hear me out. You can always interview like the showrunners, right? You can always interview the showrunners and ask them what they intended. I think one thing is for sure, that ups and downs and that interpretive nature is very intriguing. It's provocative, right? It allows multiple dimensions of the show, and I do enjoy things far more like that than, again, the whole before earlier when we were talking about straightforward things. If it's straightforward, then it's entertaining. It doesn't produce like thought-provoking questions. It's straightforward, right? How much you want to deal with that illustrates your target audience, the audience that you want. There are not lots of people don't want that. It's exhausting, you know. When you're constantly watching shows like that, it can be very exhausting. And I think youth culture, the current trend is not to have exhausting things. It's changing a little bit. That explains why MCU was incredibly popular over like the DC universe stuff and whatnot. There's ambivalence is not very mainstream. Mainstream have often been with less ambivalence. I felt the same thing about Monk though. Like Monk clearly spent meticulously illustrating, like if you here's a very cynical way of viewing Monk. He self-pitied himself for so long that he's run through several people's supportive roles, and only at the end that he only selfishly acknowledged his own grief. But you could view it that way, and that kind of just ruined, it could ruin the show for people. But that's the nature of trauma. It's avoidant, it's pitiful, it's sympathetic, it's empathetic. Like, you do everything in your means to avoid the source of trauma. And the harsher the trauma, the more active the person can become in avoiding it. Right? To the point where they don't even believe they're coping with it anymore. And that's it's my wheelhouse. I enjoy different depictions of how people handle trauma. I like watching shows that talk about that stuff because it can be, you don't want trauma to happen to people in order to try to solve it or something, but you can theorize. Other people can express how they overcome their trauma, like writers and artists and stuff. They can project the stuff that they've experienced onto a piece of work. And it certainly isn't going to be like the most realistic thing to inform one's decision making, but it inspires one to take a look and look for these things, right? I assure you that the things that Jane does, I'm not a professional when it comes to these things, but I assure you some of the things that they do, it's a movie trick, it's a parlor trick, like it's scripted. So, but you have to suspend some of that disbelief in order to set up the drama. Like some of the stuff that Sherlock does, right, in the BBC show. Yeah, no, drama. It's very neat. I love the up and downs. There are shows that are only downs. that can be exhausting. The word I use when I think of shows that only go in one direction, exhausting. It could always go up, and that a lot of people would say is boring because there's no tension, right? But hear me out. There's a whole genre of anime that is always up, or it's always steady, and they're usually slice of life shows. So comfy is the word that I would use. So if it's a show that's constantly up, it's comfy. If the show is constantly down, it's exhausting. If it's a combination of up and down, it's provocative. I'm giving away my key words, but I'm very consistent in using these words. Largely because it's the type of like dialect that I want to foster in between. So those are the words I would say. If I'm confused, it's interesting. Or intriguing if I'm confused. Bewilderment would be something unnecessarily disappointing. So if something I watch is unnecessarily disappointing, I would say it's bewildering or misguided or bewildering. Like, I can't explain why this is so unnecessarily disappointing. Like, when I say that is because I don't think people who make movies, like products, apps for language learning, I'm relating it back to language learning, like they don't intentionally go out and say, yeah, I'm going to make a crappy product that is unnecessarily disappointing. So instead of saying double negative, I'm saying it's bewildering. Like, I'm a little confused as to why I can't explain the motivations because it's so disappointing that I can't explain what the rationale was, right? But those don't happen too often. It takes a lot for me to not be creative enough to understand the motivations of a developer or like a writer or showrunner. There's often rhyme and reason. I'm starting to sound like Jane, I know, but typically when you're a rational person and you try to rationalize most things, it almost sounds like you're trying to rationalize even the smallest details. I totally get that, but I can assure you that unlike Jane, I was not traumatized in that way. Did I have my form of trauma? I did, but those trauma are not a life and death situation. Like my typical trauma is like racism, discrimination, and stuff, and it gets triggered like quite a few times. Like, and what does the trigger happen? Well, I build a routine around those triggers because that's how you overcome and take control over that form of trauma. When someone, what is a trigger for racism and discrimination? When someone assumes you're doing something because the internet said so. And you'll see that I'll start to talk about the objective comparisons and contrasts between what is reality and what is a subjective take. For example, whenever someone thinks that I'm on Duolingo and they say I'm garbage at learning language, that is racism and discrimination. But it might not look like that because those people might not have a prior trauma or things that they overcome, right? What was how is that related to looking at a Duolingo user and saying they suck at learning a language? Well, someone used to look at me and they say they must suck at learning English. But I'm born in the United States. I haven't said a word yet, but that didn't stop them from assuming I suck at English. It's like, oh, you must pronounce your R really funny. Really? Are you sure about that? Right? So that happens. But it wouldn't come off as that. I was doing it for like being facetious. But generally speaking, I would approach it in a different way. Something that is a little bit more appropriate to demonstrate that I can understand your point of view, why you would assume that, but may I have some time to explain to you where I'm coming from, right? Like, let me explain a bit of my background. It is very acceptable that one would see a Chinese person and ask if they or appear Chinese, and they would ask if they are Chinese, for example, something like that, right? So these are the things that you would kind of expect from Jane if Jane was well adjusted. So like for me, telling you about my inner personal thoughts about how like someone shouted at me to go back to my country, and as a 13-year-old kid I only think, isn't my country here? That is traumatic for my younger self. But the idea is I may or may not trust you to the same extent if someone is well adjusted, right? So is Jane well adjusted? Because the weight of those things no longer seem as weighty, but they're used mechanically. Like now I get to use when someone talks about racism and discrimination, I can use my past experiences as a learning experience. So it becomes a positive thing. It's not necessarily that it's dealing with trust. I still trust the person that I'm sharing the information for sure, but it might not be weighty in the sense of being vulnerable anymore. And I agree with you. When Jane said that, it looked like he was trying to be vulnerable, right? And I share my things trying to make sure that it's no longer a vulnerability that I'm sharing, but an empowerment. So even then, I'm trusting you because I'm telling you where the source of my empowerment is. I'm sharing with you what makes me far more resilient than I've ever been. And those are the experiences that I no longer find as crutches. I don't use my prior trauma as a crutch. It's a fuel for being very hyper-focused on these things. So Jane could be a great representation of when the source pre-trauma, overcoming his trauma, he will be a much stronger character. But then he would use his trauma and reveal and use that source of trauma more often than not. It is a source of strength now. It's a source of pride. Yeah, for myself, when someone said like, whenever people talk about language, right, there's a lot of assumptions being made. Like, oh, here's one that is a trigger. When someone tells me about fake Chinese food, I have a lot of things to say about that too. And it's said in a manner that I acknowledge that it is fake in the sense that it's less authentic. But it's not fake as in Chinese people don't make it. Right? There are two different realities here that someone is addressing. But one of the realities is not true, and the other reality is acceptable. Even my parents go to other restaurants and say, oh, this is not the authentic thing, but it's not referring to the idea that it is less in quality and that Chinese people are beyond making this. right? So one of them is racist and discriminatory. The other perspective is not. It's inclusiveness. Like, if you're willing to say you're referring to fake Chinese food as an extension of Chinese food, then that's perfectly acceptable. The word fake, unfortunately, can be misunderstood to be demeaning. So that might not be the that might not be true anymore. So if you know that that person have overcome the idea that fake is not lesser, it just happens to be not the thing reflective of its authenticity, like its origin, then you have reconciliation, right? The idea that you're no longer triggered by it. And yeah, sure enough, I'm no longer triggered by it, because imagine going up to someone and say, your family built their wealth on fake Chinese food. You mean my Chinese parents took pride in making fake Chinese food? Built their wealth on fake, like, what are you trying to say? Like, that's kind of one of those things. You could take it in a really, really... here's a comedian's way. I'll demonstrate a comedian's way, or at least what I imagine, a comedian's way to deflate or to spin it in a way. Like, dang, imagine what my parents can do with real Chinese food. Dum dum, right? When someone says, "Dang, that means, man, your family must have been good. They made so much money on fake Chinese food." It's like, yeah, I know, right? What do you think if you gave real ingredients, real Chinese ingredients to my parents? They'd be making bank, wouldn't they? I mean, in my opinion, it's being facetious. They wouldn't be no more, no less successful than the ingredients that they have now, because it wouldn't be a realistic portrayal. If they were in China and they had access to the ingredients, was it a guarantee that they would be more or less successful than they were in the United States? The answer is you don't know. But I would make a strong argument that they probably wouldn't be. And that's a great illustration of a logical fallacy. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, post facto comparisons. Because when you're back in China, my parents would be competing with other people who have access to the same thing. Right. So we have to be a little bit realistic about that. But the joke was that you are playing on the person's logic. And it may or may not seem facetious. And that's where I have problems with myself a lot of times, because I don't know if I'm being offensive or not offensive, if sometimes I do feel like I'm manipulating the person unintentionally. And that's where that comment about the mentally challenged person does. That person might not even... Mindhunters is a great show. Again, Mindhunters is a show that did that chapter. That's the whole point of Mindhunter show, where it evaluates a person's motivation and whether they think they are committing a crime or not. It's one of the scariest things to perceive, because if you're already thinking about this, then you cannot be in the same... It's rare that you are able to be in the same mind space as someone who isn't. So Mindhunters feature a character who explore that to the extent that it could possibly corrupt him. That's like Sherlock, right? Since we both watched Sherlock, he is so engrossed in the passion of his investigations that you don't know if he's the one that's creating the situations. You get lost in your passion. So you could be seeking the problem that you're avoiding. And that, in my opinion, is an ever rabbit hole of I would say, very thought-provoking writing, where you become your worst. You become the thing you're infatuated with. If you want trauma time for you to watch the final season 14 and episode 1 of season 15 of Law and Order SVU, I have a lot of trauma things worth watching too, but it also definitely depends if you have if animation like dwarfs the suspension of disbelief. But there are shows meant to only go down. They only go down forever. Although, I mean, Breaking Bad is already exhausting, you know. There are shows that are deliberately meant to be traumatic, as opposed to like a balance. I think Order SVU is still a show that has a long-running seasons because they are balanced, despite occasional really far dips. But man, like some people write stuff just to kick the person while they're still down. It can be exhausting. All right. We're gonna try to complete before. Oh wait. Are we gonna? No, we're not gonna be able to. But we're gonna try to complete this. 15 seasons of SVU. Okay. Is that still like 24 episodes, 1 hour each? A format, or what are we talking about in SVU? It reminds me of Star Trek, because they're all like 45 minutes to 50-minute episodes, and they would do 24 episodes for 7 seasons for every single Star Trek, and then there'd be like multiple Star Treks. How does this, like, control? Yeah, take charge, control. Okay. Whoops. It's pet name.
灰
Are we gonna really get into a competition of how who's gonna try to traumatize who the most, Bree? I don't know about that. Have a traumatization. Try to traumatize each other. Competition.
沉 导航
这台车有导航系统。
Oh, which by the way, hopefully I'm not keeping you from resting for tomorrow. Because you say you have to be up early, right? For the ceremony, the funeral, right? Hopefully you're getting enough time to sleep. Maybe I should tell you something very, very boring and less and sleep inducing. You know? Good rest. What? Oh, Jung. Jung, not Zhong.
组
Somehow I want to. Oh no, it's gone.
干 儿 相距
那两个地方相距5公里。
No, those episodes are just wild, and actually they're going into the 27th season now. Dang. And yes, they're usually 20-25 episodes and do, but you have horrible insomnia too. And yeah, I do, but I have you have horrible insomnia due to your own trauma, so I don't sleep well at all, and that's not factoring in the sleeping on the couch situation that I told you about before. Ah. Well, it's not my place, but hopefully you find some micro adjustments as you're going from the day to day and inspirations to alleviate some of those things, you know, to beat back. Maybe some temperature related things or some soothing substances, not like, you know, that type of substance, but perhaps a new ritual with tea or something. There's this thing about, I don't know if placebo is sufficient or maybe there is something, but what was it? What is it called? That specific tea. It wasn't Big Bang Theory. Texans often refer to this tea. What is it? What is that? It's mainly an extreme fear of the dark. You find it much easier to sleep during the day, which in case like a funeral is not a great habit to have. What about like a light? Like a red light? Like a different diffused, a softer, lower wavelength light to like emit the entire time while you sleep. Something like less harsh, like a blue light or something that's less harsh than a blue light. It still give you like the aspect of light while sleeping, but not to interfere with maybe a lesser extent.
肥肉、
有些人喜欢吃肥肉，
灯光、
灯光太暗了，
Dungguan light? A lamp light. Oh, okay. What is this? A fence? I don't know what that is. Huh.
技术、
他的技术还不错。
Why do I think this is crazy? Oh my, it's crazy. Okay. All right. Hold up. I thought it was something like fence. Lied? Like 21? I have no idea. It's Sheng. Nope. A leader. Oh, right. Because it's like a leader of. Nah, that's okay. I'm fine with that. There's like a liter bottle of swamp mud. Yeah. I got the rise part, but I didn't know how to connect it back to liter. Yeesh. Liter. That's a pass. Oh, you have plenty of light. You usually have the TV on for noise and another light on, but you're sure having those on aren't necessary having. Yeah, so that's what I mean by red light instead. Falling asleep initially is somewhat easy, but then once in an hour, sometime only every 2 hours if you're lucky. Ah, okay. Yeah, changing the light when I don't think a prolonged sleep is an entirely different story. I don't have prolonged sleep either. Like taking someone who struggles with it only to get advice from someone else who struggles with it. Clock and heart. What is that? Oh, how do I? Oh,
想念，
我想念我的姐姐。
想念。诶，
跑道，
这条跑道的长度是多少？
平台，
海上平台。
看病，
你应该去看病。
that failed.
口袋，
我把钥匙放在了口袋里。
That was a weak one. Before. Wait.
研究生，
研究生需要很多时间读书。
I missed the student part. What? Oh, they just want graduate student instead. That's kind of being pedantic.
典型，
这个案例是典型的。
入境，
入境时请排队。
湿度，
我喜欢低湿度的天气。
I knew I was gonna type humility one of these days instead of humidity, and it happened. It's fine.
无法，
我无法相信他。
It's kind of like not possible. But how do I say not possible? It's not possible to trust her? Oh, you suppose you're gonna go give it a sleep? Yeah, have a good night, Bree. It was fun. I'll talk. We can share more about the mentalists another time. Probably tomorrow. I'll try to finish up here, watch a little bit, get an early rest, get an early start tomorrow. We can connect it to Persona. Persona has a lot of Persona has a lot of like mental mental conscience lying and bickering and stuff. Always relevant. Sleep well, Bree. Thank you for the conversation again.
规范，
这个行为不符合社会规范。
Role model? Regulation models? What is that? Like a system? 啊，哦，就
咱俩
咱俩找个地方说说话吧。
嗯 oops, that's the wrong tone. What? Oh, backwards.
管倍数
20的倍数有20、40、60、80、100等。
That's a good example. That's a good context.
延平
不好意思，我们没有延平。
Like system of law or norm. Oh, it's a standard. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, fair. I think standard will work. We'll keep it with standard. Like a regulation example, standard. Yeah. Is this not
延长
okay?
活动延长了3天。
Or extend? Yeah, that's fine.
空
What? Wait.
他俩
他俩是最好的朋友。
食盐
食盐含有钠。
Oh boy. Was this hot dog? I don't oh no. I'm drawing a blank. So it's not what I think it is, right? No, 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 no. Hmm. It's not every day that I miss something with so much context. Just kinda lost it. Maybe it's meant to be. Oh, wait, I got it. That helped out. But I'm like, maybe I'm thinking about it differently.
随着
我随着人群走到广场。
It's like leftist or left wing. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, yeah, going along with it's leftist plus the other. Yeah, that's fine.
寒研究
我在研究一个新课题。
Wow, do I have any other use for along with? Or let happen, sort of. Huh. So what happened here?
类型
我不喜欢那种类型的人。
I thought I typed 类型 the first time, and then I typed 类型 the second time. I might have made a typo. It made me think of not being correct.
泉水
我可以喝这泉水吗？
Not possible? Or cannot? Oh, okay. Fine.
加倍
这项任务需要加倍努力。
Okay. Something happened here. What is happening here? What am I looking at? Oh, okay. Like, huh. No, no, I know what that is. That's not it. Hmm.
圆平
Oh, no, that's Apple. I overthought it.
斑复政治
他是政治理论的专家。
Politics and govern? Okay. How am I drawing a blank on this? Beats a tree. And hair. My gut feeling was what? Oh, okay. Hmm.
不均
贫富不均。
4月
这个月是4月。
乡，顶，
Japanese Kai. Um,
街，
he's like building a stack. I like level steps, stairs. Okay. I'm Beats. I have no idea. Like no clue whatsoever. Not until I see the vocabulary word. Oh, I guess this is just a block. Oh, it is Thai. Oh, it's color. I must have not typed 3 the first time. Might have typed 2 both times. It is what I think it is. Oh, that's okay.
直达，
火车直达上海。
It's direct or non-stop. Direct is another way to say that.
潮，了，
Did? Okay. Wait, what? Save me! It's a shellfish! Wait. YOLO? No, we don't YOLO.
失败，
每次失败都是一次重新开始的机会。
Excuse me.
热带，
热带雨林有很多动物。
村民，
村民们捕获了一头野牛。
Satsu. Satsu. Satsu to wa nan desu ka? Hmm. Uh-oh. I'm drawing a blanco. Big fat blanco. Dollhouse. Incense. Something tells me no. I'll come back to it.
同类，
它们是同类。
Hold. Hmm.
采波
Oh no, that's not.
还宣操作
这台机器很容易操作。
Oh wait,
理由
I screwed up the other. I screwed up the left side. I wrote the wrong tone twice. Oh no! Oh man, I got stuck on this before too. Um, I want to say
降水
okay.
整个月都没有降水。
Okay, that was fine. I kind of got stuck on it though. What incarnation turntable? No. Oh, wait. No, that's the other thing. What? Am I getting stuck on this? I want to say maybe. Oh, I do remember it. Hold up.
茶
Oh, that was tough. That was very tough.
缺跑附件
请查看邮件附件。
像 早已
这件事早已成为历史。
or long ago already. Yeah. It has already been a long time since that happened, kind of thing already.
笨手笨脚
他煮饭时很笨手笨脚。
Oh, what? Oh no. Okay. Is it like son of a bee sting? wait. Oh, wrong phone.
切片，
土豆切片后用油炸。
Right?
脚印，
Yeah.
雪地上地脚印。
流泪，
这个孩子因为失去宠物而流泪。
空气，
空气没有味道。
Air? Just air? Okay. It's lost. Definitely thought it was young. Yeah, I have no idea. It's gonna be passing. Passing for now.
指南针，
记得带上一支指南针。
Oh, fine. Is it? Oh, yeah. She. Was it to order? It's the order of things, but yeah, he was sorting out the order. That's
序，
fine.
清醒，
这是一个清醒的决定。
工厂，
新建的工厂。
What? Oh, Cian. I put a G.
错，
This is the one that's linked with that last one that I had a problem with. She. Cho she. Right? Sort of.
做，
Or make. Sure.
先，
Oh, no. What? Wait, what? Oh. Picked the wrong thing. That's what.
黑暗，
它藏在黑暗中。
打败，
这支球队一直都很难被打败。
刷，
Okay.
提醒，
提醒他带食物。
进，隔，
What the? I think I put it in I there. I overcomplicated that.
指挥，
将军发出了指挥。
指挥? Oh.
狼，逐步，
我们的中文水平在逐步提高。
Oh no. Wait. Oh.
存活，
他在地震中存活了。
Exist? Live? 存活 live? What? What? Oh no, why am I drawing? Don't do this. Dang it. It's a blank. That's not supposed to be a blank. Okay, let's think about this. Thread, radio, parts. Wait, a stock? Uh, Phone. The overall number is total, right? But what's that, John? Oh, diet radio. Yeah. Oops, that's Chang.
警察，
警察抓到了罪犯。
It's a little bit upsetting, but I'm okay with it. It happens. What? I cannot remember what the right thing is. Oh. Yeah, no, I can't remember what the right thing is on the first character. The middle one was the problem. Finger and it's still a problem. I'm okay with this. Fun, yeah, that's fine. That's the special. And then J. Oh, for the break thing. That's fine. I'm okay.
产
Not too long on this.
粗心
工作时不要粗心。
It's the wrong thing. Oh. Wait. Wrong tone.
阻止
我们一定要阻止他。
追 亮丽
这座城市的景色非常亮丽。
Bright and beautiful. It's gonna do bright and now. Same difference. So I gotta think about this a little bit. Just to make sure. What is the thread part actually?
总
A silk cloth. Oh. That's supposed to be a corn stalk. Okay. Uh,
压 加热
需要加热吗？
what? Oh.
未婚
他50岁，未婚。
Oops, that's Wang. Wang. Wait, so
遇到，
我在街上遇到了他。
脚，
excuse me?
设置，
请帮我设置一个提醒。
飞往，
飞往上海。
动摇，
他的信念不会轻易动摇。
货物，
我们需要运送大量的货物。
人口，
那个国家的人口很多。
含，摇篮，
摇篮中的婴儿安静地入睡。
逛街，
我周末喜欢逛街。
位置，
椅子的位置。
Wait, set up. My gut feeling failed. Quite a lot. Okay.
付出，
付出沉重代价。
转折点，
搬到台湾是我人生的一个转折点。
我Oh. Oops.
句，失业，
失业表示他很闲了。
I think I needed to add mint or id. Ed. Not specific enough. Earthworm and page. Oh no. Oh. It's a suspension of something.
"顿时，
整个房间顿时变得寂静起来。
Hmm.
梦想，
他的梦想是环游世界。
Hmm.
均，购物，
他在购物中心。
测试，
我们需要测试你的知识。
Oh, nope.
前任，
我的前任退休了。
That's not how you spell predecessor.
总数，
算在总数内。
YOLO?
梦境，
在梦境里，我们可以自由地飞翔。
植物，
植物在房间的角落。
Maybe dwell is what they want? Survive? Yeah. Yeah. That's a block. It's happened before. I'm gonna live. It's still to live, but it's fine. Whoops. Added a G there.
稳，盘，
Spend time. Unchanged? What is the spend time? Suddenly? How's this sun? Pause time suddenly, that's a repeat too. That's skippable. We're blocking the skippables out. Like this one is too. Both of these are skippable. Wait for the burn, I suppose. See if we come up with other things to clarify them better.
"农民，
爸爸是农民出身。
Yeah, I'm okay. I guess we can write those too. What was it? Suddenly? Which is counterintuitive for how pause works. But we have to talk about pause suddenly. How old are they? What was the other one? Total. Dong. Jong for overall. How old were those? Kinda got stuck on. I didn't want to bother with that. That's fine. Where is it? Okay, so Twin is pretty bad actually. Twin in general. Twin case of knowing the reads but not the particular phrasing that they want. And then survive. Oh, survive is the other one. Right. Chun 纯 Chun? No, 醇厚 醇化 It's 醇化 醇化 and I've already forgotten. These are new. Those are fine. That one's a little weird. Hodai was fine this time. Jiang Shui is a little bit weak. Oh, here. 顿时 pause and 纯化 and 顿时. Alright, let's finish this stuff up. Been a long day, lots of yappy. Talked about good old TV shows. Okay. Alright. So how am I supposed to envision this? Lots of different color soil, right? Go board. Thorn. Okay, these are bad news bears. Half of these are bad news bears. Okay, let's just Shrek and Donkey is in front. Oh no, wait, we should just do these first. Xiao. I think it's Xiao, yeah. Xiao. Or Wei. Li. Nope. 次 Quo. Yeah, they're bad news bears. That's a heck of a lineup. I think all 6 of them. Yeah, all of them. For the first time, I think it's all of them were sketch. 100%. Interesting. Gotta embrace the wacky for these. Bi Jing. This one kind of not that great. After all? Is that after all? Yeah. Sure. Ming. That one's kind of rough. Me. Shou Chen. Okay. Shen Zhi. This one's tough too. Qigong. Okay. Jiu Jing. Oh wait. Oh, this is even. Oh yeah, these two are rough. Oh my. This is exactly. Yan Ge. Zhi Fu. Yan Zhong. Gong Qiao. Chen. Chen. Oh, me. Alright, time to embrace the wackiness. Wackadoodle dandy. Alright, so Shrek is outside chilling with Donkey. Donkey. Playing on a go board. But since it's wet in the mud in front of the barn, he decides to set the go board on fire. Or decide to burn the go board on fire to warm up. For what reason? I don't know. No reason. Okay. Now we have Tom who's outside the office building, waiting to pounce on an unsuspecting boss because he's upset. We're ready to. So the boss happens to be a merman. So as he exits, he takes off his pants and moons the boss. Right. That's probably the strongest one of the of the bunch. Okay. So Walter White is chilling. He's chilling and vibing and had a little bit of something, right? So he made his way to the bathroom of the beach house because he's on vacation, and he starts hallucinating a rice field in the bathtub, and overhead there's this moon that keeps calling him names and cursing his names by sending words out. So he responds by reciprocating, sending words out, calling the moon an idiot, right? Was having an argument with the imaginary moon with a rice paddy in the bathtub. Yep. Which can work for pretty much everything, so that's why it's not. Okay. Then we have Louis the 14th. Louis the 14th made his way to the bathroom, and while he was on the toilet trying to ponder, while he's on the toilet of his house, trying to ponder about things like where his life has ended up, his pet tiger shows up. Yep, pet tiger shows up. He was wondering how could he get rid of the pet tigers. He ponders about how to get rid of his pet tiger, occupy his pet tiger for the time being. So he decided to throw a heart, yep, out the window to the rice paddy below, and the tiger swoops out and goes and chase after it. That's it. Louis just happens to have a pet tiger, you know. Okay. Now we have Casper, who has retreated, who's been chased to the bathroom of we'll just say the bathroom of the beach house. So this works out better than the house. I mean, it's a house or a beach house. It's fine. He's been chased by kids who are carrying thorns and sabers or knives. And they eventually get access to the bathroom and start tossing the things at them, but it goes right through him because Casper's a ghost. No rhyme or reason other than there you go. That's pretty weak too. Then we have Koopa. Koopa was retreating to the bathroom of the office, suits and tie and all, right? While they were finished with their toilet, there was a sign that read, "Make sure to clean your fingers," and that concludes your tongue as well. That's about it. Yeah, how does that work? Oh, includes. That's some roughage. We'll see how long those hold up. I think this is probably gonna drop the quickest. Cool. And then what do we have? Chun what? Chun Huo. Chun Huo. Which is to survive. Or to live through something. Probably the closest I'll get to live through. And pause suddenly. When how do I do the earthworm? Yeah, yes. Twin 顿时 It's suddenly. It's pause time. This is like pause time. I guess pauses are sudden. That's all we got here. Let's look at pause. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. All right. That's a wrap. A much longer day on HanziHero, but we did the yaps, right? Tomorrow I'll try to start earlier. I don't think I'm going to try to push the level up day on tomorrow, so we're going to start before then. And yeah, I'll be on a lot earlier. Tomorrow's a P5X update. I'm looking forward to that. A little bit of chill. Today's supposed to be shorter. I guess I was supposed to finish like 4 hours ago. Got a lot of good conversation in. As always, this is the end of HanziHero, right? If you're gonna watch this there, shit. And feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Stop on by, exchange some stories, exchange hobbies, you know, brainstorm about ideas, talk about interpretations. Love me some mental health. There was someone who stopped by, a blast from the past, got an opportunity to talk about Stream Raiders, some past things, you know. There are ups and downs to many experiences, but I often, when I share things, they are often instructive and or emotionally uplifting in some ways, right? But the good, the bad, the ugly, what have you, but once it's in the past, one can view it as instructional material, things to share about. So thanks for the Sutton stop by. I'll have to DM someone in the evening, tell them about it. It's interesting that the past is, there's an end of another chapter for people. I'll have to read up on it, what happened, and what was the decision, right? And lots of chatter about what I'm currently watching as at the share from Bree, which is The Mentalists. I've watched recently The Diplomat, and feel free, stop on by, share, connect. It's all relevant. Gonna be a wonderful time, right? Always welcome. So until next time, for those who are really interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见, right? I'll see you next time. Remember, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.